Chamadita scored 121 runs so far in the series. An average of 36.66. 150 in that 121. That delivery, last ball of the over from Pollard, defended out into the offside to complete the over. So Sri Lanka under-19s, after one over, are 6 without loss. Chamadita is on 3 and Mahavatana is on 1. Mahavatana has played the 2 matches so far in the series. Scores of 34 and 38. Quite solid. And as I say, Chamadita, 121 runs, 36.66 for a high score of 64 not out. Came in game number 3. Looks like it will be Aiden Racha sharing the new ball with Jakeem Pollard, who come in from the Sir Andy Roberts end, bowling to the left-handed Chamadita, who cuts that. Can't beat Brendan Boodoo there at backward point. Good fielding early up by Boodoo. Racha bowling to 2 slips, third man, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg. Right arm seamer bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Chamadita down the leg side, pulled wide by the umpire. Score moves up by 1, 7 without loss. We're in over number 2. Umpires for today, Shannon Crawford and Lyndon Rajkumar. And once again, match referee is Mr. Stephen Proverbs. So quite pleasant conditions out there for the players early this morning. A bit of cloud cover. Get a bit of a respite from the sun. Racha in again to Chamadita and again wide down the leg side. Very interesting and tight series so far. The previous 5 matches. Great preparation for these 2 teams heading into the ICC Men's Under-19s World Cup. Racha in again to Chamadita. And wide outside the off stump this time. Let go by Chamadita. 8 without loss in over number 2. Yes, that World Cup will be coming up in January next year in Zimbabwe and Namibia. So excellent preparation. Racha in again to Chamadita. Bang on target this time, but guided nicely down to third man. Chamadita for a single. He moves on to 4. It's 9 without loss in over number 2. Brings the right-handed Mahavatana back on strike. He's on 1. Mahavatana, the slip, gully. Third man on the boundary, backward point. Cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg. Bang on target is Racha, defended to cover by Mahavatana. battle going on also for the leading run scorers in the series so far. Kavija Gamage is Racha into Mahavatana, gets it past backward point this time, and a complete 2 to finish the over. So after 2 overs, Sri Lanka under-19s after being sent in, 11 without loss. Chamadita is on 4 and Mahavatana is on 3. Yes, the leading run scorers, tight race. Kabija Gamage is leading at the moment, 199 runs at 49.75. The only century maker in the series thus far. Just some 8 runs in front of West Indies skipper Joshua Dawn, 191 at 38.2. He's got 2 50s. Jonathan Van Lang from West Indies, 161 runs at 40.25. As Pollard starts a new over. Played into the cover region. There's no run. Lucino Fontaine, 136 at 27.2. Chamadita is out there now, 121 at 36.66. And Hina Tagala, 109 at 27.25. Pollard over the wicket. The left-handed Chamadito defends that to the point region. So 11 without loss. We're in over number 3. After Joshua Dawn winning the toss this morning, putting the opposition in. Pollard into Chamadita. Again, defends that into the point region and no run. Left arm seamer Pollard started off with 2 slips. He's just got the 1 slip now. Gully, third man on the boundary. Backward point. Point. Cover, mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg. So that's driven by Chamadita. Can't beat the field there. Rather wide mid-off. Was leaving the cover region open for the left-handed Chamadita. Straying down that leg side, turned backward of square by Chamadita, and again some good positive running between these two as they come back for the second. Takes Chamadita up to 6, 13 without loss. Pollard has taken 7 wickets so far in the series at 16.71. The leading wicket taker, of course, is leg spinner Akash. Miles out in front with 15 wickets at 8.6. 3 fourthers amongst that, and that is clipped very fine, down to fine leg for 4 off the last ball of the over. Straying in line there, Pollard, the last two deliveries down the leg side. Chamadita does not miss out on that. So a good positive start here by the Sri Lankans. After 3 overs, they're 17 without loss. Chamadita's moved on to 10. Mahavitana is on 3. Right arm seamer Aiden Racha continue from the Sir Andy Roberts end into Mahavitana. Defended back to the bowler and there's no run. Aiden Racha in the series thus far has taken 6 wickets at 17.5. Cut away but can't beat point. So you've got to slip, gully, backward point, point, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, fine leg and third man both on the boundary. So they're leaving that cover region open as they did in the previous match. Entice the drive, but they're on a bit back of the length still. Just try to pitch it up a bit more. Get Mahavitana to drive in the ball. Racha in again to Mahavitana. Clips that backward of square. And they pick up another 2. So Mahavitana moves on to 5. 19 without loss in over number 4. Seem very busy, these two Sri Lankan openers so far. Positive intent. Good understanding and good running between the wickets. Racha in again to Mahavitana. Takes a step forward and cracks that through point into the boundary, 4 runs. Good looking shot that by Mahavitana. Advanced towards Racha. Got it on the half volley. Placed it beautifully between backward point and point. His first boundary moves on to 9, 23 without loss. Racha in again to Mahavitana. This one wide outside off stump to complete the over. So after 4 overs, Sri Lanka under-19s, after being sent in at 23 without loss, Chamadita is on 10, Mahavitana is on 9. It's been a good positive start this by the Sri Lankan opening pair. Prevailing easterly, blowing left to right as you look at it on your screen. Antigua and Barbuda flag, Cricket West Indies, and Sri Lanka flag fluttering nicely. A rather strong breeze this morning. So good evening to our friends listening over there in Sri Lanka as Jakeem Pollard, left arm seamer, starts a new over. Ball into the left-handed Chamadita, plays that beautifully through the cover region out towards the boundary, 4 runs. Good looking shot that by Chamadita. Caught it on the up. Half volleyed there by Pollard. struggling with his line this morning. Couple of wayward deliveries in his previous over down leg side. This one half volley outside off. Chamadita climbs all over that. Moves on to 14, 27 without loss. Just bringing that point fieldsman around into traditional cover fieldsman. This is bounced on him, gone straight up in the air, but nobody could get there. Well. He looked to turn that back with a square. Extra bounce from the tall Pollard surprised him. It caught the top of the bat. Lob straight up in the air. Keeper couldn't get there. Boodoo from backward point couldn't get there, and neither could the bowler. Chamadita surprised by the extra bounce, but survives. Chance gone begging there for the young West Indians. Pollard in again from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. This time pulled all the way along the ground. Down to fine leg, runs round and restricts the scoring to 1. Chamadita moves on to 15, 28 without loss in over number 5. Brings the right-handed Mahavitana onto strike. Pollard will stay over the wicket. That's cracked through backward point and gully into the boundary. 4 runs. Oh, width on offer there. Is he looking to take that ball across the right-hander? Been lacking a bit in his line and length this morning has Jakeem Pollard. Ambatana moves on to 13, 32 without loss. The slip gully backward point, very close together. Placed it between gully and backward point. Dawn now at gully looks like he's moving into a second slip position as Pollard this time around the wicket to the right-handed Mahavitana. Plays that forward of point for another comfortable 2. So he moves on to 15, 34 without loss. A positive start this by Sri Lanka under-19s. A must-win game for them if they want to keep the series alive. Again, adjustments in the field. Dawn removes himself from second slip into a cover region. That's backward point a little finer. That's defended to backward point to complete the over. So after 5 overs, Sri Lanka under-19s after being sent in, 34 without loss. Mahavitana is on 15 and Chamadita also on 15. Racha will continue from Sir Andy Roberts' end. There's a slip gully backward point cover mid-off to the left-handed Chamadita. And that is clipped straight up in the air, but avoids the fielder there at mid-off. Looked like he was late to react. He tried to force that on the onside. It took a leading edge. It was in the air for a long time. Looks like Van Lang there at mid-off. The bounce again surprising Chamadita. And unfortunately for West Indies under-19s, both times hasn't gone to hand. Racha into the right-handed Mahavatana, plays that defensively to backward point. 35 without loss in over number 6. Had a couple of chances, young West Indians. Racha in again to Mahavatana. Trying to force that through the cover region. Catches the bottom edge of the bat. Racha in again from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Again played to Dawn at point. He's got a point and a backward point for Mahavatana. Let's see their chances there. He's already got one through to the boundary between those two fielders. Just the one slip, third man on the boundary. Cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg on the boundary. Defended into the onside. They take quick single. Again, good running, good communication between these two openers. Mahavatana goes on to 16. It's 36 without loss. Brings the left-handed Chamadita on strike. That's clipped beautifully through the mid-wicket region, running out towards the boundary. 4 runs. Just over pitching there was Aiden Racha. Chamadita did not miss out on that. Made it beautifully. Caught it on the full. And flicked it through mid-wicket 4-4. So this is an excellent start by Sri Lanka under-19s. After 6 overs, they're 40 without loss. Chamadita is on 20. Mahavatana is on 16. Dangerous signs for West Indies under-19s. What looks to be good cricket wicket. Let's force the first change of the morning. It's like Shaquan Ball is going to replace Jakeem Pollard from this Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Pollard 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 21. So right arm seamer, Shaquan Ball. He's also taken 7 wickets in the series at 14s. Bowls to Mahavatana, trying to cut that through point region, can't beat the field. Yes, Bell has taken 7 wickets at 14, 1 for in those 7 wickets. Player of the match performance, where he also scored 41 not out and got West Indies home. Bang on target that time, defended into the cover region, no run. West Indies desperate for a breakthrough here after winning the toss and putting Sri Lanka into bat. Been an excellent start by the 2 Sri Lankan openers in Mahavatana and Chamadita. It was a must-win game for Sri Lanka. They look to keep the series alive. Ball into Mahavatana. He's on the pull and pulls it well. Through square leg into the boundary for 4. Short there by Ball. Mahavatana was quickly onto that one. Pulled it nicely. Moves on to 20-44 without loss. Without loss in over number 7. Going at a good clip. Positive signs for the Sri Lankans as Ball runs away from us now into Mahavatana, and again drifting down leg, turned past the fine leg inside the 30-yard circle, 4 more. So back-to-back boundaries here for Mahavatana. This opening pair look to push on. After he was pulled through square leg, they made the adjustment in the field. Put a deep backward square and brought fine leg inside the circle. Again, Ball drifted down leg. He had no trouble turning it past the short fine leg for a boundary, and he's overcompensated this time as Ball. Wide outside the off stump, called wide by the umpire. So 49 without loss in over number 7. Another change in the field as Big Zachary Carter comes out of slip, goes into mid-wicket position. As Bowler runs into Mahavatana. Much better delivery, bang on target. In frustration, he fires it back at the stumps. Well defended there by Mahavatana. Excellent start this by the Sri Lankans. Come out guns a-blazing this morning on what looks to be a good batting strip as usual here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Good conditions for batting. Bowl in again. Just dabs it out into the offside. They take a quick single and they'll get an overthrow. So very good positive aggression shown by both openers in Mahavatana and Chamadita. That brings up the 50 partnership. And partnership in 7 overs, 51 without loss. Mahavatana 26, Chamadita 20. Suffice to say that West Indies under-19s look a bit rattled after winning the toss and electing to put Sri Lanka in. Sri Lanka dominating proceedings at the moment. Very good positive start. But it will be Aidan Raja to continue from the Sir Andy Roberts end. He's bowled 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 17 thus far. Coming over the wicket to the left-handed Chamadita. Down the leg side, peeled for caught behind. Not out, says the umpire. Must have clipped something though. No wide given. As I say, a very good morning to Vernon Springer. Good morning, Vern.
Hey, morning to you, Terry. Morning to all of the viewers and the listeners all over the world who have joined into the Cricket West Indies YouTube channel for this important series. I was looking at Pollard. I was downstairs having some breakfast, Terry, at One Tip Restaurant here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. We'll get back to that as Bell is on his way.
Cracked again. Beautiful shot through the cover region. 4 more. Or will it pull up? No.
Big save.
Just.
Did they run 4?
3, I believe.
Massive boundary here. Seems as if, Terry, that that side has been extended even further.
Yeah, because that looked all for money for 4. It just pulled it up inside the rope. You look at the replay here, but very good running once again between these two. They get 3, 4. I reckon that was 4.
I told you that, Terry. Got to be on the money.
Anyway, 54 without loss. Mahabatana 26, Chamadita 23. Mahabatana's on strike. Covers up again, just dabs it. And they take the quick single. Excellent understanding between these two. Working very, very well together this morning. This is the most positive start they've had all series.
Let's look at this morning, Terry, at Pollard, who seems to be carrying a slight shoulder injury. And the Cricket West Indies physio came around and was giving him some treatment. Bowler, he's got a very, very, very snort delivery. He's got a good bouncer. Just would like to see him develop his craft by looking to bowl the ball a lot more fuller. You can't bowl everybody the same way. So you've got the left-hander who is a lot more shorter. He was trying to just bowl him short of a length, and he was very comfortable in playing that ball. I'd just like to see Pollard maybe aiming for the toes, aiming for the stumps.
Yes, I agree, Vernon. He didn't look quite himself this morning, and also, like they did in the previous match on Tuesday, they tended to leave the cover region open, enticing the drive. I had the field set, catches in position for the drive, but was unable to pitch it up far enough to entice that shot. Bottom edge there, almost played back onto the stumps by Chamadita.
And sometimes game and winning, sometimes you have to, if the mindset is to try and bowl body line to the Sri Lankan batsman, Terry, then the obvious thing would be to maybe put a short leg in. Because I think that Pollard has got a very, very, very good bouncer. So if he bowls body line, more than likely you recognize what happened this morning. He bowled a good short delivery, but the ball just went into no man's land.
Yep. Yeah, twice he surprised Chamadita with extra bounce. Over comes to an end. 55 without loss after 8. Mahabitana on 27 and Chamadita is on 23.
Yeah, just looking at Raja, Terry. Want to see Raja just get his non-bowling arm up and really sort of keep his eyes on the target. Tends to fall away on the delivery stride. He's got a good rhythm, but he just needs to be on the money. Any changes today, Terry, for the West Indies? I sure I see a couple of changes.
Yes, your friend Tariq Bryan is back.
And we have the same keeper.
But we have the same keeper.
So Budu was dropped?
Be rude. No, Budu and Budu are still in. It's driven pleasantly, but straight to mid-off, no run, as Shaquin Bal starts a new over.
Strange enough that Israel Morton is out of the... Israel is not playing. I don't remember seeing his name.
No,
on the sheet.
Tariq Bryan has replaced Israel Morton. That's the only change for West Indies under 19s.
I'm a little surprised that Lau is not playing, Terry. I think he certainly could be a match winner here in the context. It's a big ground too. Maybe love for him to, that skill of bowling. That's something that we really don't have in the Caribbean, and we've not been able to manage it properly. I still keep asking, Terry, and say good morning to all the folks all over the world, if this is the final squad, because based on what you're telling me now, young Matthew Miller is not playing today, Morton is out, Lowe is out, and based on what I'm seeing so far, I think we would have almost seen everybody if this is the final squad. Full toss, lucky to get away with that. Sri Lanka have come out with a purpose today, Terry.
Most definitely. Realize that series is on the line, and they've looked extremely positive from the word go. Couple of changes to their 11 from the previous match. Ninduwara and
same thing with Bella.
Ninduwara is out when Kunagoda is in.
Is in.
Novodya is in.
By just having a word with Bell there on the follow-through. Just looking at Bell's head position, seem to be looking down the third man. Wants to look at the target, look at the stumps. His final delivery stride. He has to get that sorted out. The West Indian fielders have been put under some real pressure this morning, Terry, from these opening batsmen.
The running between wickets has been excellent.
Despite that, they have really not bowled well. I think that Pollard is off the field because I see Miller is on. So I was wondering if they maybe took a gamble, maybe by playing Pollard. And like I said to you, Terry, in the first couple of overs, the physio was already out, giving him some treatment. He was complaining either about some back or maybe shoulder pains there. Now he's off the field. That could be a big miss for them.
Ball into the left-handed Shamadita around the wicket, pulled high through mid-wicket area with a lob. And they take two more.
Now, one of the things that Bell has to understand, Terry, is his role is not to try to bounce anybody out. His role is to be able to come and bowl stump to stump. He's got to bowl a lot of cutters, bowl the ball as full as possible, because he doesn't have the pace of a Pollard. So he's going to have to be the guy, Raja and Bell, they have to understand their roles. No sense trying to see if you can bowl short deliveries. You want to bowl dot balls. Sri Lanka are already off to a flyer. And
Absolutely.
So what you really want to do is to try and maximize and take pace off of the ball. Different track today, Terry.
Mm-hmm.
No slip now, Terry.
No, taken the slips out a couple of overs ago. The two changes for Sri Lanka, Novodya and Wenkuna got it in. Tilakaratne and Ninduwara out from the previous match. And as we said, just the one change for West Indies under 19s. And that is Tariq Bryan is in and Israel Morton is being left out. But a very positive start here for Sri Lanka, and I've been very impressed with the run in between wickets, keeping the pressure on West Indies under 19s in the field. They've had to go on the defensive early. 59 on the board already in this first 10 over power play.
Just think that the mid-on and the mid-off just need to give themselves some room. It's just better to just give them the Singletary rather than allow a boundary.
Another good single. He dives in.
They're running for everything, Terry.
Absolutely.
And like I said, it's a different track compared to the two tracks that we would have played on before. A lot more truer bounce here, consistently. Woodwork taking place just outside of the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. In fact, almost all around Antigua and Barbuda. Caused a little bit of disruption. But the notices have been out, so we're just asking folks to be patient.
Appeal there. Not out, says the umpire.
I think he got something onto that.
I think
there was
so
two sounds.
Too. We wait for the signal.
Inside edge onto
it's
that.
A run, yep.
Gripping CPL game last night, Terry. Holder sending out the Royals.
Yes. At
He sent
Kensington
them.
Oval.
He sent them packing.
I wonder if they would have been happy. A home boy, but the opposition.
Yeah, but the crowd was sparse last night. So Barbados have not really.
Yeah, they haven't drawn the
Yeah,
crowd
their
this year.
hero. You could tell that Holder is really is a big miss to the Barbados Royal. Ruffman Powell has done a good job outside of the context, but I think sometimes, Terry, the players themselves have to look at how they're getting out. It's about mind power. It's about their game. When you look at the Brandon King batting last night, Terry, you know that as one of the senior players, Quinton de Kock is not in very, very, very fine form. If we follow how the Barbados Royals have gone over the years, de Kock has been the one who's been leading the batting.
Yes.
And when you get a start like that from Brandon King and then you play a shot like that, you know, it just questions you sometimes of the judgment. And there were just some soft dismissals last night, Terry. It's not like the St. Kitts Patriots bowling was just excellent. It was just some very loose cricket, all in the mind. Over completed again, Terry?
Yes, and the first 10 over power play, and it's belonged entirely to Sri Lanka under 19s. That they're 62 without loss. After being sent in, Mahavatana's on 30, Chamadita on 27. And a thriller on Wednesday night too. And the Antigua and Barbuda Falcons into the playoffs. Who would have thought?
But what I liked about the entire game, Terry, is the coach had a few choice words for the captain, Imad Wazim.
Well, he should have. I mean, what was he doing?
He humbled him.
Yeah, third time.
I mean, it's just, come on, you're international
Like a stroll
player.
in the park.
Yeah, you can't be strolling. Just, almost cost the Antigua and Barbuda Falcons the game, but I still feel, Terry, that we still have not played our A game yet. So
he did refer to that in his post-match.
And I'm saying to you, Terry, now
speech
on 360, we could have an OECS final. We could have a St. Lucia Kings Antigua and Barbuda Falcons final.
Another change as Zachary Carter, slow left arm spinner. First ball played through the cover region out towards the boundary. Sweeper comes round. And they collect 2. 64 without loss in over number 11. Chamadita moves on to 29.
You see, Terry, this is where I'm almost confused. Is Zachary Carter now a number 1 bowler in this West Indies under 19 team? Because I really thought that young Budu, to me, looks a lot more dangerous. Carter has got his role. We saw him up at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, but I don't know if Carter is the right man, Terry, for the whole. I think you have somebody young like Budu. That's why Laws and Israel Morton is missing out of this lineup right now, Terry.
Yes, I'm surprised Laws has been kept out for a couple of matches now.
Well, he got the most wickets in the West Indies under 19. Yes. He won the tournament in St. Kitts and Nevis, followed by young Macho Miller. Israel Morton too was also into that conversation. So I'm a I'm a little baffled, but let me just pay attention.
Carter's taken 6 wickets at 22.66.
I think Carter is going to have to understand his role. He's trying to buy a wicket. No sense buying the wicket. He's got to bowl the ball into the surface. Your left arm spinner, bowl the ball into the surface. That's what you have to do. Come back for 2 runs quite easily.
Yes. Been running between the wickets very well, these two. Vitana moves on to 32, 67 without loss in over number 11.
That's why having somebody like Israel Morton in the team or Laws now would have given you a different option.
Brendan Boodoo is right behind Carter as far as wickets taken. 5 wickets at 15.2. Again, another good single.
Unfortunately, the keeper didn't know where the umpire was.
Yeah, even though he was looking straight at him.
Mohammed missed that one. He didn't pick up what we were talking about. He was
But
seated. He
talking
was
about
seated
that
in the replay.
Falcons match, I thought the best thing, the thing that I nearly fell off the sofa when they got that run out. He fell over the non-striker, hit his boot and went back on the stumps, and he said, "That was my football skills."
Over comes to an end. Over number 11. 68 without loss.
You wonder what the non-striker was doing, though, backing up so far when the ball was coming back in his direction. But anyway.
Yeah, it's been gripping, Terry. It's been very gripping.
It's been good. And
but in the context of the game, Terry, when you look at Django's innings, that is the kind of player that most teams need around in the setup.
hitters.
Somebody who understands how to bat under the circumstances.
True.
Django's approach was that you had to stay low. Most of the other batsmen were still coming from high, Terry. When the ball is squatting, you got to stay low. Especially when you got to get onto your front foot. Get that bat in front of your pad. Technique was really tested in the game. Defense as well too. Onslaught here by Sri Lanka. It's going to have to take some pace off here, Raja.
it looks like Bell is swapped in.
Bell is also going to have to bowl the ball into the surface. One side. They're going to make their mind up, Terry. Maybe just bowl to a balanced field, 5-4 field. Don't try anything. But just bowl wicket-to-wicket deliveries. No half volleys. But just run in and bowl a lot of cutters. Pace off. That's what they're going to be thinking about here.
Wide.
It's going to be called a wide. He's trying to bowl wide Yorkers, but that's not going to work.
So just to finish on the CPL, the St. Kitts and Nevis Patriots, they're still alive, but Guyana Amazon Warriors have got 2 matches left. So they need...
I bet you that they're going to lose one against the defending champions.
Well, they need to lose both and need to lose it by some good margins. That's played over extra cover. Sweeper on the cover point boundary restricts the field, the scoring to 2. 2 more to Vitana. He's on 35, 71 without loss.
So you see where Van Lan is right now, Terry. When he comes to his left, he just needs to give himself some room so he can see the ball. Bell now has to try and bowl wicket to wicket. That's where he has to bowl. Force the batsman to drive the ball down the ground. The mid-off, which is the captain, Dawn, needs to come to his right.
Steered down to third man. Very easy single. Yeah, they haven't looked to be on their toes this morning, the West Indians in the field. I think they've been surprised by this start by Sri Lanka.
Who won the toss, Terry?
2 openers. West Indies won the toss and put them in.
You can't be surprised, Terry. If you won the toss, you got to be on the money.
Exactly, but just the
So-
way that they've been going about their business,
You
put
got to
them
be
on
on the
back-
money.
Put them on the back foot early. Ball over the wicket to the left-handed Chamadita.
See,
and that
just
is
too short.
pulled
That's a
and pulled
poor delivery.
beautifully.
That's what I'm saying. There's no need for him. Why is he bowling short? You don't have that pace. You don't have that pace. So that's a wasted delivery.
Yep, short down the leg side and swiveled into that beautifully. Pulled it back with a square, 4 more.
Wasted delivery. Just come, bowl cutters, take pace off of the ball, and force the Sri Lankan batsman to make a mistake. They're very comfortable. He doesn't have the pace of a Pollard. So why are you trying to drag down the ball? That's a poorly lined delivery.
Chamadita moves on to 34, 76 without loss in over number 12. Best start for Sri Lanka in the series thus far. Chamadita waits for ball, runs in from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Fuller delivery, half a shout, but I think he got something on that.
How will the West Indies under 19 deal with this pressure? And they've just gone flat. The bowlers, it's pretty difficult for Joshua Dawn. The lines have just been not consistent enough. These medium pacers, they got to understand what their role is. Stump to stump. Put the pressure back on.
Poe, when he's lifted that right over mid-on, 1 bounce 4. So pitched up again by Bal, quickly onto it by Chamadita. And Sri Lanka all over West Indies under 19 so far this morning. You know, I was talking to our brilliant technician here in Muhammad this morning before play, Vernon, and I was saying that the batsmen haven't really, on either side, really taken off in this series so far. We've only seen a couple of scores over 200.
We've had a century from the
We've had
batsman.
1 century,
Yeah. About 4.5 centuries.
correct. And only a couple of scores over 200 by either side. 256 being the highest, and that was in the first match posted by West Indies.
West Indies under 19 look a little jaded.
Lethargic. That's what Muhammad was saying.
It's been a tough
a long
tournament.
series, yeah.
But that's good.
But if they keep this up, you can see West Indies having to chase well over 300. They're 80 without loss after 12. That's after being sent in. Full toss by Zachary Carter. Hit straight back to him by Mahavatana. So 80 without loss after 12. Mahavatana's 36. Chamadita's on 38. Left arm spin of Carter coming around the wicket to the right-handed Mahavatana. Slip in play.
Good positive stride there. You can see him trying to get forward. It's a massive start here. 80 without loss, in case you just joined the West Indies YouTube channel.
Best start by either team for the series thus far. Uses his feet this time, and they take a quick single, and they get home. Oh, more good positive running. They've looked for every opportunity, these two. Taking the quick singles, turn 2s into 3s. That one would have been close. A direct hit by Tyreek Bryan there at mid-on. It's safely home. 81 without loss. Chamadita now on strike. And that's swept and swept beautifully through the mid-wicket area. 4 runs. These two continue to apply the pressure. Got down on that very quickly. Left arm spinner going over the wicket to the left-handed batsman, and Chamadita dragged that from a long way outside off stump, in complete control right out of the middle of the bat. 85 without loss. He moves on to 42. Carter to Chamadita. Plays it firmly but straight back to the bowler, who does his own fielding to complete the over. So after 13 overs, Sri Lanka under-19s being asked to take first strike. 85 without loss. Chamadita's on 42 and Mahavatana is on 37. So we could see first century opening stand of the series. It's certainly going about their business in fine fashion. It's forced another change. West Indies skipper himself, Joshua Dawn, will take over from Shaquan Ball from the Sir Andy Roberts end of the ground. Ball has bowled 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 26. So it'll be off breaks of Joshua Dawn. Bowling to Mahavatana's on 37. Tries to turn that down leg side. Called wide by umpire. Another one to the score. 86 without loss. Over number 14. He's sweeping and sweeping well past the short fine leg into the boundary. 4 more. These two have come out with a sense of purpose this morning, no doubt. Swept and swept well. Forces another change in the field as Dawn takes the slip out. Just swapping fielders. Carter has gone from short fine leg into slip. Slip fielder is gone to a rather wide, I should say, fine leg on the boundary. That one caught on the full and just taps that down to fine leg. It's Bell down there for an easy single. So 91 without loss in over number 14. Mahavatana moves on to 42. Chamadita on strike. He's also on 42. Dawn going to come around the wicket to the left-hander. Here he's got fine leg back inside the circle, and that's hit through the cover region by Chamadita for a single. Field swaps back around. The right-handed Mahavatana plays that through square leg. Fielder comes off the backwards square leg boundary. 1 more to the total. 93 without loss. Both batsmen on 43. Already 8 off this over. First over by captain Joshua Dawn, 2 deliveries remaining. It's played through the cover region for another single. These two keeping the West Indians fit out there in the field, having to swap back and forth every delivery with a left and right-handed combination. And a dot ball to finish. So 9 off Joshua Dawn's first over. We've had 14 overs here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. And Sri Lanka under-19s, after being asked to take first strike, 94 without loss. Mahavatana's on 43 and Chamadita is on 44. Desperately need a breakthrough to the young West Indies. That's a full toss there by Zachary Carter. Chamadita plays it through the cover region. The sweeper on the cover point boundary does the fielding, restricts the scoring to 1. Left-handed, left-arm spin of Carter coming around the wicket now to right-handed Mahavatana. To turn that wide, beats the keeper. They take an extra run. So 97 without loss. We're in over number 15. Carter back over the wicket to the left-handed Chamadita. That goes through. Comes off the hand of the slip fielder. They go through for a bye. Wide delivery. Chamadita looking to sweep it through the onside, doesn't make contact. Uses his feet. Does Mahavita, puts it back with a square for another single. Making sure they're scoring off every delivery, these two. And that is played quietly up to long on. And that's the century opening stand for Sri Lanka under-19s. 100-run opening partnership of 88 deliveries. Excellent going after being asked to bat. And again, just knocked up to long off by Mahavatana for another single. So we've had 7 off this Zachary Carter over with a ball remaining. Played that beautifully through the cover region into the boundary, 4 runs. Chamadita raises his 50 off 38 deliveries. 7 fours included in that 50. And Sri Lanka under-19s move on to 105 without loss.
He's not spinning one ball, he's not doing nothing. And the captain standing up at slip. People got 100 without loss and you have a slip. Oh gosh. Mohammed, sorry, my brother. I come from a different school. The cricket really changed. When you ready, we off?
Yeah. ...105 without loss. Sri Lanka under-19's doing it on the bit at the moment in the 16th over after being asked to bat first. Stone continuing, that beats backward point, rolling out towards the boundary. Just pulled back. Good effort there, and they run 3.
Combination there with young Budu and Matthew Miller. They have to go on the defensive mode, Terry. They have to bowl one side. They're bowling on both sides, including the captain as well. There's no rip. This is a good batting track, which means that you got to take pace off of the ball. You got to bowl the ball into the surface. Sri Lankan batsman still trying to figure out why is he having the slip for the left-hander. You got to go in a defensive mood. And I don't even think that he's actually at slip, because he's not going to catch anything there.
Chamadita looking for favoured slog sweep. Misses out this time. He's on 50. Mahavitan is on 48. 108 without loss in over number 16. Played defensively to extra cover. Couple of dot balls there by Joshua Dawn to finish that over, but Sri Lanka under-19s, after being sent in, are well and truly on top at this stage. Chamadita's on 50, Mahavatana's on 48. It's 108 without loss after 16 overs. We'll take a short break on Cricket 360 as the players take their first water break of the morning.
So welcome back after the drinks break. Some 16 overs bowled. Sri Lanka under 19, 108 without loss. And it's almost like a hurricane has come to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium this morning by the openers from Sri Lanka under 19 and the West Indies under 19. They seem to have no answer. They've gone to a new bowler in Vanland, who is gentle medium, starts on the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. And he's on the money straight away. Vanland, one of the very enterprising young cricketers so far we've seen from the series so far, scored 83 in his first game. But he's got the potential to show that he could be a match winner. Understand that he's a table tennis player for the Ghana senior national team, so you can see the power of the man. We're in the number 36, bungs away past the umpire, and his delivery is just turned into the short mid-wicket area, and we get a dot ball. So they got a backward point, fielder on the short fine leg, a third man, fielder sweeping on the offside, a cover, long off, mid-on short mid-wicket, and a deep backward square. The current run rate is 6.61. Maybe the cover fielder just need to give himself some room. Van Land can bowl some cutters. Short delivery, stared down to third man. Picking up an easy single. And the Sri Lankan batsmen, they can afford to just work on that. It's a lovely day. Things are heating up in the Republic Bank Caribbean Premier League. And what a thriller at the Kensington Oval last night. It was just a joy to see. Came right down to the wire and the fans weren't moving. Even Terry and all was biting his nails.
Actually, I moved. I had an early night.
Oh, you had an early night. Van Lan. Pace off delivery there. Can't get a single. Sorry, Terry.
I had the opportunity to go down Fort James yesterday, and the water knocked me out.
Yesterday was the official holiday, National Day of Prayer in Antigua and Barbuda. Hundreds turned out and marched from the multipurpose center, ended at the famous Antigua Recreation Ground. So many things have happened. Brian Lara, I think sometimes you maybe could have put a piece of that into his house, Antigua Recreation Ground. Sir Viv as well. So many special moments. It was a time, Terry, when we used to have the Leeward Island Track and Field Championship. And you would have had the Winston Eddy from St. Kitts, Daniel Backer Bailey, football. You would have had the likes of Derek Pretty Boy Edwards, Mervyn Richards, George Yellowman Isaac, the late Elvis Star Brown, Pepe Isaac, Keith Kayamba Gum. So many things happened at the famous ground. There were always intense cricket games played there. Over comes to an end. And at the end of 17, Sri Lanka under 19 men are 109 without loss. There's been some pundits, Terry, who feel that some space in the Antigua Recreation Ground, a museum needs to be created. It is a central point in Antigua in St. John's. And so when a lot of the tourists come off, whether it be you get a chance to see Sir Viv scoring his fastest 100 or just clips of things, I think that could be a revenue stream. Absolutely. Also for the Antigua Recreation Ground.
Yep. All the tourists want to see the famous ground itself. West Indies need to wake up here. They have not been on the ball since the get-go. It's quite opposite for Sri Lanka under 19s. Mahavatana on strike, he's on 49. Plays that to short extra cover. Carter does the fielding, no run.
He's batted well.
He's batted extremely well.
He's very composed, keeps it very simple, has a low back lift. Every now and again, maybe just the concentration span, just the confidence. He batted now for over an hour. So he'll be looking to work on that. Turn down the onside, the keeper.
Hold wide.
That's an easy take for him. It's going past him.
Come back for 3 again. Oh, excellent running. 3 wides, no bat on it, so he will stay. Turned a long way, but wide down the leg side.
If it's turned, Terry,
Bell
then
ran round it.
the keeper has to move with it. But he
Keeper
can't move with
was-
it, Terry, if he's when you're looking at him,
Keeper wasn't
fact-
in the frame.
maybe just get Mohammed to maybe just show me that delivery again. I just wanted to break something down with you, Terry. Technically, as an analyst, I'm going to get my graph.
And again,
Get another single again.
great communication between these two. Look how far it turns, and the keeper just lets it go past.
Yeah, but you've got to get your body behind the ball. He's not a wicket keeper. If he's a wicket keeper, that would be an easy take. That's what we're talking about. You have a keeper in the squad who's on the bench. Got to get a wicket keeper.
Oh, he moved out of his crease.
Not out.
Not out.
Oh, he's given him.
He has given him. Well,
Oh, he walked. Which one?
bit of both, I think, because it looked like he was walking in saying not out. But Mahavatana has been stumped for 49.
Let's see that again, Terry. I don't know if he was stumped or he was bowled.
Stumped.
All right. Mohammed is going to pick this one up. Sri Lanka have lost their first wicket. Let's see what happened there. It came... Look like he's bowled, Terry.
Oh, it came off the keeper. It came off the keeper's chest. And
Mohammed, break that down again for me, Terry.
rolled back onto the stump. That's
where was the batsman?
unfortunate. He thought it had beaten the keeper. He took off for a run.
Pretty hard. Let's look at that, Terry. So it'll have to be considered as... Mohammed is picking it up there. Sri Lanka have lost their first wicket in the 18th over, 114 without loss. Our technician is just breaking down the formation for us. Even the scorers seem to be almost confused as well.
You'd have to give him out stumped because it's come off the keeper.
Or it came off his pad onto the stump.
It hit him in the chest, pad, then stump.
All right. So,
Here we go.
here we go, Terry. No, he misses it. All right. We'll fix that later. Mohammed will create his magic.
Anyway, they've got the breakthrough through Captain Dawn. Mahavatana has gone for a well-played 49. And it brings Sanuja Wenkunagoda to the crease. Faces his first delivery. Hits that straight to Van Lang at short extra cover, and there's no run. But he set off for the run there, Mahavatana, thinking that the keeper didn't take it past him. He was right, he didn't take it, it hit him and lobbed back onto these stumps. So 114 for 1. Century stand being broken. That's after 18 overs. Van Lang will continue. Down the leg side. Turned back with a square by Chamadita for a single. He moves on to 52. So 2 left-handers out there now as when Kunagoda comes into strike.
Yeah, it's all happening here, Terry. Sometimes you just need the luck of the draw to go your way. 115 for 1.
nicely by Winkunagoda to get himself going.
Another short delivery there, put away in the onside for an easy single.
Van Lang in again to Kunagoda. Turn backward of square. Another easy single. So he moves on to 2. Chamadita back on strike. He's on 53. 118 for 1 in over number 19. See, after getting the breakthrough, fortuitous as it was, that can slow the Sri Lankans down. Played again out to the sweeper on the copper point boundary for another single. So single off every delivery so far, with 1 ball remaining in the 19th over.
Another over comes to an end.
119 for 1 after 19.
Yeah, just want to.
Here we go. We just look at that dismissal, which will go down, or has gone down, as a stumping. Good delivery. Played back to it. Tried to cut it. Caught the bottom edge of the bat. Actually hit the keeper in the helmet. And back onto the stumps.
Stranger things have happened.
Hey, you don't have to be dead to be stiff.
Stranger things have happened. Most important thing is that Cricket West Indies have picked up their first wicket.
They got the breakthrough.
We're on the money.
First century opening stand of the series. Dawn continues from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Around the wicket to the left-handed Chamadita is cutting hard, but knocked down by Boodoo at backward point. They pick up 1.
Today is the Antigua and Barbuda Police Force celebrating their week at their Calypso show. Today is the food fair, Terry, down at your ground, Rising Sun ground. You have all of the makings of all of the special food, be it from Guyana, Trinidad and Tobago, Dominica, St. Vincent, Antigua and Barbuda. Host of dishes will be on sale today, so go on and support the police in Antigua and Barbuda. Host of dishes will be on sale today, so go on and support the police in Antigua and Barbuda. And also, when you get your food, come to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium and support the cricket. Squeezed away into the offside. Batsman get an easy single in the process. Score in the meantime goes up to 121 for 1. Sri Lanka has got a solid platform here. This is just only over number 20 being bowled. Captain now Dawn from the Andy Robertson, long on, long off, mid-wicket, slip, worked into the onside. They can't stop the single again. Terry.
Good running again by the Sri Lankans. Brings the over to an end after 20 overs, 122 for 1. End into Chamadita, who plays that defensively to Carter at short extra cover, and there's no run. Plenty of spaces out there for the Sri Lankans to work with. A backward point, cover point on the boundary, extra cover, long off, mid on. That's played through the cover region, and that will take 2 more. So Chamadita moves on to 58, 124 for 1 in over number 21. Young West Indians haven't been able to create any pressure so far this morning. Good positive intent by the Sri Lankans. So that one's turned backward of square for another easy single. Chamadita is approaching his highest score of the series. He made 64 not out, guiding his team to victory in game 3. He's on 59 now. When Kunagora back on strike, he's on 3. Van Lang deciding to come around the wicket to the left-hander. Runs away from us now into Wenkunagora. Steers that to backward point, and there's no run.
So many lovely restaurants in Antigua and Barbuda and various cook shops. Mohammed is excited. He wants to get down to the police food fair so he can get some food. Stay down to third man for 4. He was just too wide, Terry.
Too wide. He had the width to work with. Kunagora, short man, up on his toes. Just gets it fine enough to beat third man. So that's his first boundary. Moves on to 7, 129 for 1. There's plenty of cook shops to choose from. Where's he want to go? Police cafeteria.
No, I just want to send him down by Rising Sun Ground today so he can be able to get some food. More runs, Terry.
Yep, steered past the diving Boodoo at backward point.
Seem not to be able to have an answer to stop these runs.
Another single brings the over to an end after 21. Sri Lanka under 19's 130 for 1. Chamadita's on 59. And when Kunagora is on 8. Joshua Dawn will continue the attack from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Only successful bowler so far for West Indies under 19's. Bowled 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 20. Round the wicket to the left-handed Kunagora. Still has the slip in play, bang on target, defended back to the bowler. Beats him with that, bit of bounce, bit of turn there for Dawn. What they need to do is try and string a few dot balls together, create some pressure on these Sri Lankan batsmen. 13 fours in the innings so far. They've run extremely well between wickets as another single is taken as that ball is pushed up to mid-on by Kunagora. He moves on to 9, 131 for 1 in over number 22. Dabbed out into the offside. Think about a single. It's not there this time. So 22 overs have been completed. Sri Lanka under-19s are being asked to take first strike are 131 for 1. Chamadita is on 59 and Kunagora is on 9. So they're going about their business very well so far today. Only wicket to fall. Fell when the score was on 114. So these two have moved it on to 131. That was in the 18th over when the wicket fell. Van Lang will continue over the wicket this time to the left-handed Kunagora. Short down the leg side. Wide called. Another one to the total. It's the 12th wide of the innings so far. That's steered nicely down to third man for another single. Kunagora moves to 10. 133 for 1. Sri Lanka come out today. They mean business. Of course, it's a must-win game for them. Looking to keep the series alive. West Indies lead at 3-2. Front foot no ball by Van Lang doesn't help West Indies' cause. Chamadita, who's on 59, will be facing a free hit. Goes across his stumps. Can't really get the bottom part of the bat on it though. Rolls to fine leg who's inside the circle, so they just get the one off the free hit. Chamadita moves to 60, 135 for 1 in over number 23. Kunagota steers this one down to third man for another single. This is excellent batting here by the Sri Lankans so far today. Looking to score off every delivery. Communication between the sticks has been excellent. You'd have to say the wicket that fell was an unfortunate one. Mahavitana stumped for 49, but the ball, he was beaten in flight. Caught the under edge of the bat as he was playing back to the spinner of Dawn. Bounced up off the bottom edge of the bat. Hit keeper Greenwich in the grill of his helmet. Bounced back on the stumps. And Mahavitana was caught short of his ground. That one guided nicely through backward point region into the boundary. 4 more. So West Indies under 19s just unable to create any sort of pressure so far today on the Sri Lankan batsman. Chamadita goes to 64. That equals his highest score of the series so far. 140 for 1. We're in over number 23. And that's driven up to long off for another single. So that is Chamadita's highest score of the series. 65 he moves on to. Six bowlers used so far by West Indies under 19s. And turned into the mid-wicket area and through for another quick single. So this is excellent batting by Sri Lanka today. Over number 23 comes to an end. 142 for 1. Chamadita's on 65 and when Kunagota is on 12. West Indies under 19s just can't seem to get their line and lengths right to create any sort of pressure. A lot of gaps out there. Big ground this, the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Sri Lanka batsman have been very positive from the start. As Captain Joshua Dawn starts a new over. He's round the wicket to the left-handed Kunagota. Plays that forward in defence. The short extra cover and there's no run. That one almost gets through. Played back to that. Bit of bounce. Dawn into his 6th over. Again has when Kunagota defending off the back foot into the offside, no run. Again beats him. Much better over by Dawn. For the last ball of the over, he sent his mid-on back to long on. In he comes Kunagota and he takes the edge. Good catch there at slip by Shaquan Bal. So there it is, Dawn creating pressure with 5 dot deliveries. He just pushed the mid-on back to a long on and floated it up there when Kunagota went for the drive. took the outside edge, and a good sharp catch taken by Shaquan Bal at slip. So Sri Lanka under 19s lose their second. And after 24 overs, it's 142 for 2 when Kunagora caught Bal off the bowling at dawn for 12. So just what West Indies needed, and some good bowling there, providing another breakthrough to West Indies captain Joshua Dawn. Is the only wicket taker so far today for West Indies. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 21. So Jonathan Van Lang will continue. He's bowling around the wicket to the left-handed Chamadita. Kavija Gamage, leading run scorer of the series so far, has joined Chamadita out in the middle. Good little battle looming for leading run scorer of the series. 199 runs Gamage has thus far. He's leading from Joshua Dawn, who's on 191. Chamadita certainly brought himself into the mix. He's on 65 and he's moved to 186 runs so far for the series. As Van Lang around the wicket to Chamadita. Turns that into mid-wicket position. And this could be 4 overthrows. It is. He turned it into mid-wicket. It took off for a quick single, shy at the stumps. Misses, and it's gone past everybody into the boundary for 4. So he gets 5, he moves to 70, 147 for 2. Not sure if the shy was on. It was certainly a quick single, but it's gone through backward point, third man, and the cover point on the boundary for 4 overthrows. So they get 5 off it. Field just adjusting for the right-hander Gamage. Only century maker of the series so far. Faces first ball from Jonathan Van Lang, who will be over the wicket to him. Van Lang runs in now to Gamage, and Gamage is stroking that nicely. It's straight to extra cover, and there's no run. Yes, just having a look at the fall of the second wicket. Sharp catch taken there by Shakan Bal. That slip to remove. Could have got up, but good bowling by Joshua Dawn. He built the pressure with 5 dot balls, dropped the mid-on back, ticed the drive off the last delivery from Kudagota, took the outside edge. As I say, good sharp catch by Shaquan Bal at slip. Hit firmly once again by Gamage, but straight to Dawn there at mid-off. So we're approaching the halfway stage of Sri Lanka's innings. They're well poised here after being sent into bat. Driven firmly, lot straighter this time, past Dawn at mid-off, and the diving long on coming around, tried to flick it back, couldn't. That's a good way, positive way to get off the mark there by Gamage. He moves to 4 and the 150 comes up for the Sri Lankans. Halfway stage of their innings after 25 overs, 151 for 2. Chamadita on 70 and Gamage is on 4. Joshua Dawn will continue from the Sir Andy Roberts end, round the wicket to the left-handed Chamadita, who lets the first delivery go through to keeper Greenwich. So we've got a slip, backward point. That's swept and swept well. He likes that shot. Wide outside off stump. Swept through the mid-wicket area for another boundary to Chamadita, who continues to look dangerous. He moves on to 79. .155 for 2 in over number 26. Dawn now taking Bella out of slip, plugging that mid-wicket area, goes into short mid-wicket. But deep mid-wicket on the boundary is just bringing him a little finer to deep backward square as that is guided down to the third man area. They pick up 2 more. Chamadita moves on to 76. 157 for 2. He's adjusting the offside field. He's got third man inside the circle. Deep backward point, cover, short extra cover, long off, mid on inside the circle, mid wicket, deep square leg and fine leg inside the circle. Chamadita punches that to short extra cover, can't beat the field. Tosses that one up, he gets it on the full the outer portion of the bat for a single off the last ball. So Chamadita moves on to 77, and after 26 overs, Sri Lanka under 19s well placed on 158 for 2. Kamage is the other not out batsman, he's on 4. Good positive signs for Sri Lanka under 19s, especially considering They were put into bat this morning when West Indies under-19 skipper Joshua Dawn won the toss. We're going to have a change of bowler from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Slow left arm spin of Zachary Carter. Well, 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 21 so far today. He's going to be bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Chamodita. And knocks that all the way along the carpet up to long on for an easy single. He moves on to 78 of just the 69 deliveries. Excellent innings so far by Chamadita. They're well on top here, the Sri Lankans. West Indies ringing the changes in the field and with the ball. They need to try and create pressure, as Joshua Dawn did in that over when he picked up the wicket of Hulagota. Wide delivery outside off. Well watched by Gamage. He's on 4. And again, just watches it go by through to the keeper. Carter staying over the wicket to the right-handed Gamage. Defends that out to the onside, no run. It's played firmly by Gamage up to long off. Another easy single. He moves on to 5, 160 for 2. Played firmly to end the over by Chamadita, but straight to cover, and there's no run. So after 27 overs, Sri Lanka under-19s 160 for 2. Chamadita is on 78. Kamage is on 5. Very interesting to see if West Indies can build some pressure, try and restrict Sri Lanka. Remaining 23 overs of this innings. Still well on course for a score around 300. They keep this rate going. Currently it's 5.93. As we see another change from Sir Andy Roberts' end. No, it's still Dawn. So Dawn is into his 8th over, 2 for 28 so far. He's been the only wicket taker for West Indies under-19s. Ball into the right-handed Gamage. It's on the back foot, punching it to short extra cover, no run. Dawn in again to Gamage, who's guided that. Can't beat Brendan Boodoo there. Plays that up to long on. They thought about 2, but it's quickly enough in off the rope. Restrict the scoring to 1. Gamage moves on to 6. 161 for 2. It's going to be very interesting to see, though. West Indies under 19s in a chase later on today. Round the wicket is Dawn and through. Shamodita to complete the over. So good over again by Dawn. Just the one coming off it. Turn for him off that last delivery. 161 for 2 after 28. Chamadita's on 78, Gamage on 6. Yes, there's only been 2 scores in the series so far by either team over 200. The first match, West Indies posted 256. They won by some 12 runs. And the second match, they just got over 200, 201. Sri Lanka chased it down to win by just 1 wicket. So you would suggest anything of how the series has gone so far, anything over 220, 230 would be a challenge. They look like they're going to score a lot more than that today. Do the Sri Lankans? They can keep going the way they've gone so far today. Carter ball into Gamage, trying to force that off the back foot. Looks like Jakeem Pollard, after getting some treatment, is back on the ground. Again trying to force it off the back foot, can't beat cover. Score remains on 161 for 2. Carter over the wicket to the right-handed Gamage. Just the last couple of overs, or since Gamage has come to the crease, Carter and Dawn at least being able to restrict the scoring. That one passes a diving Pollard, who immediately stretches the shoulder. Be advisable if he does have a problem with his shoulder, he go diving all over the place. Anyway, the over comes to an end after 29 overs. Sri Lanka under 19s, 162 for 2. Chamadita is on 78 and Gamage is on 7. So they pulled back in the last few overs between the spinners. Off breaks of Joshua Dawn, who's been the only successful bowler so far today for West Indies under 19s. And the slow left arm of Zachary Carter. 3.16 the run rate got up to at one stage. It's now back to 5.59. Wicket here do nicely for the West Indies under 19s as Captain Joshua Dawn will continue to start his 9th over, and that got through Gamage, rolling down to the boundary, and that is 4 byes. So it went through everything and everyone. We just watched the replay of this one. Over the wicket to the right-hander. Went for the big drive, missed it completely. Again, Greenwich not getting far enough down the leg side to have a chance of stopping that. So 4 more to the total, 166 for 2 in over number 30. Gamage defends this onto the onside. Just having a look where the keeper is standing and the slip. Slip is standing directly behind the keeper. He's got no possible way of seeing if that edge, if any edge comes to him. He's standing directly behind the keeper, who's standing just outside off stump to the off-break bowler. Anyway, that's played to the sweeper on the cover point boundary for a single. Kamage moves on to 8, 167 for 2. Field just turns over for the left-handed Chamadita. Dawn coming round the wicket and push and run to the cover region. So good running by West Sri Lanka under 19s, especially when you've got a left and right handed combination out there, frustrating for the bowling side. Good delivery by Dawn, cramps him. Just the 2 singles, but the 4 byes coming off the first delivery. After 30 overs, Sri Lanka under 19s, 168 for 2. Chamadita is on 79 and Gamage is on 8. Zachary Carter will continue from this Sir Curtly Ambrose end of the ground. Sweeper out on the cover point boundary, long off, long on, and deep square leg 3/4 of the way to the fence. Other men are out, everybody else inside the circle for the left-handed Chamadita. Defending that back to the bowler, and there's no run. Been a good hand, but this by Chamadita, 79 of 73 in total control. He sweeps that and sweeps that beautifully backward of square into the boundary. 4 more. Moves into the 80s. Got right across his stumps and swept it very well. 83 moves on to 172 for 2 in over number 31. Adjustment in the field. They're taking the short third man, putting him in a short fine leg. Now they've got a deep backward square and a deep square. Carter over the wicket to the left-handed Chamadita, short, pulled through the mid-wicket region, doesn't get all of it, so it'll just be a single. He moves on to 84, 173 for 2 and over number 31. They've kept Gamage quiet. He's only on 8 of 23 deliveries. Leading run score, as I say, coming into this 6th match. They dearly love to get him cheaply. That's hit wide of mid-on for a single. Timing not there, bit of a hack of a shot, that one. He picks up one more. So after the loss of the second wicket, they've added 32, these two. 41 deliveries. It's the steadying partnership as Chamadita continues on his merry way. He's on 84. Has the strike. The last ball of the 31st over. Turns that into the mid-wicket area. Pollard does the fielding. So 31 overs have been completed. Sri Lanka under-19s after being sent in. 174 for 2. Chamadita on 84. Gamage on 9. Carter completing his 6th over. He's bowled 6 overs, no maiden, no wicket for 30. The only successful bowler so far for West Indies under-19s is their captain Joshua Dawn. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 31. Looks like he's going to bowl himself out, as he will start his 10th over from the Sir Andy Roberts end, bowling to the right-handed Gamage. Need a breakthrough here, do West Indies under-19s, as Dawn into Gamage, and he just knocks that into the onside for an easy single. Communication running between wickets of all Sri Lankan batsmen so far today has been excellent. Dawn will come round the wicket to the left-handed Chamadita. Brilliant sunshine here at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Bowled well has Dawn. Dearly love to finish his spell with another one, as that one quietly knocked into the offside this time for another single. Chamadita moves to 85. 176 for 2 in over number 32. And again just turned into the onside this time by Gamage, backward of square for another single. Been very aggressive with their run in between wickets, and making sure that they at least pick up a run off every delivery. That's hit, and hit well past the short extra cover. Long off comes around, and they pick up 2 more. So Chamadita moves on to 87. It's 179 for 2. Partnership going along nicely. 37 off 47 for the 3rd wicket thus far. Joshua Dawn, the last over. Sorry, the last ball of his spell. Making an adjustment, he's put mid on back to long on, and he's brought deep backwards square into mid wicket as he comes round the wicket to left-handed Chamadita. Chamadita just lets it go outside the off stump. That completes fine spell of bowling there by captain Joshua Dawn. He completes his full quota of 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 36. And after 32 overs, Sri Lanka under-19s, after being put into bat, 179 for 2. Chamadita is on 87 and Gamage is on 11. Gamage will be on strike. Zachary Carter will continue from this to Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Need a wicket, need to break this partnership. They've kept them reasonably quiet, especially Gamage, 11 off the 26 so far. And he plays that beautifully, high, wide, handsome, over the mid-wicket boundary for 6. That's the first 6 of the Sri Lanka innings. It comes off the blade of Kavija Gamage. Moves up to 17, 185 for 2. And that's the problem when you've got 2 batsmen in form with a solid foundation. Very, very hard to keep them quiet. Wickets is the order of the day here for West Indies under-19s. They've been under the pump since the start of the Sri Lanka innings. It's decided to come around the wicket now. The left arm Carter to the right-handed Gamage. That's that one through to the keeper. Plays that beautifully, and excellent fielding shy at the stumps. Direct hit, he would have been gone. They ran with the stroke, was struck firmly. Looks like Ursino Fontaine there at cover. Dived, stopped it, shied at the stumps. But Gamage gets home. So he moves on to 18, 186 for 2. A good desperation in the field there by the West Indians. This is what is needed. Back up the bowlers. Brings out the reverse sweep. Does Chamadita. Real need for it. Gets away with it though. Doesn't make contact. That's played up to long on. They trot through for a single off the last ball of the 33rd over. So after 33 overs, Sri Lanka under-19s 187 for 2. Chamadita moves on to 88. And Gamage is on 18. So current run rate still very healthy, 5.67 to the over. It's going to be Brendan Boodoo to replace his captain Joshua Dawn, who's completed his 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 36. Boodoo will be the 7th bowler used by West Indies under-19s. He's got him with his first delivery. Well. Chamadita hasn't put a foot wrong all day. Tried that reverse sweep in the previous over. Boodoo with his first wicket, first delivery, has picked him up for 88 as we watch this again on the replay. Come right across his stumps and simply missed a straight delivery. Cleaned him up, bowled round his legs. So Chamadita goes for a very well played 88. Sri Lanka lose their third. They're 187 for 3 in over number 34. And the players will take second water break of the day. We'll take a break here on Cricket 360. Be back with live action shortly. Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium for the resumption of play. This 6th Youth One-Day International between West Indies under-19s and Sri Lanka under-19s. Brendan Boodoo striking with his first delivery. Inexplicably, Chamadito looked to have 100 written all over him. Walked straight across his stumps and missed a straight one to be bowled for 88. Just slightly opening the door for West Indies under-19s as the wicket fell with the score on 187 and over number 34. And over number 35 now. Captain Dinsara has joined Gamage at the crease. It's 189 for 3. Zachary Carter continues, and that good use of the feet by Gamage. Playing it up to long off for a single, so he moves on to 19. Dinsara is on 2, 190 for 3 and over number 35. Still looking at a big score to chase down. Important they try and restrict them. Be able to choose which ball they decide to keep after this over. West Indies under-19s. Played forward of point. Sweeper comes off the boundary. One more to Gamage, to Dinsara. He moves on to 3, 191 for 3. Carter into his 8th over. Round the wicket, big appeal for LBW, and he's being given. Gamage on the sweep. Straightened enough. No hesitation by the umpire. West Indies pick up their 4th. The dangerous Gamage is gone. And they're fighting their way back into the contest. We look at that again. Hit him high, but he was down on one leg, hit the back leg. And pretty adjacent, you would feel, as he missed that sweep shot. So Gamage gone for 19. And Sri Lanka under-19s lose their 4th wicket, 191 for 4. So that brings Hina Tagala to the crease to join his captain Dinsara, another left-hander. Over the wicket, Carter comes to him and he strokes that nicely. Just wide of Van Lang at cover to get himself going. So 2 new batsmen at the crease at the end of the 35th over. Successful one there for Zachary Carter. He picks up his 1st wicket. Sri Lanka under-19s, 192 for 4. Dinsara is on 3 and Hina Tagala is on 1. Boodoo continuing from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Hina Tagala. Slip in play. That's turned backward a square. And that's excellent running. Carter had a long way to move there from mid-wicket to backward square, and they take 2. So 2 more to Hina Tagala. He moves on to 3. 194 for 4 in over number 36. Been very positive. They're running between wickets today as Sri Lanka. Try to play that through the point area. Beaten, taken by the keeper. Boodoo, a lot of people were surprised he wasn't introduced into the attack earlier. There's this uncanny knack of picking up wickets, which he did with his first delivery, where inexplicably Chamadita walked straight across his stumps and was bowled round his legs. And he looked like he had 100 written all over him for 88. Been there from the start. 88 of 85 deliveries. 10 fours amongst that 88. Boodoo to the right-handed Sri Lanka captain. Takes a single to complete the over. So after 36 overs, Sri Lanka under-19s are 196 for 4. And both Hina Tagala and Dinsara on 4 apiece. So still 14 overs remaining. Still got 6 wickets in hand as they approach the 200 mark. It's going to be a change of ball up from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Jakeem Pollard to come back for his second spell. Well, 3 overs this morning. No maidens, no wicket for 21. Seem to have a bit of a shoulder injury. Left armour around the wicket to the right-handed Dinsara, who plays that to backward point, and there's no run. He's off the ground for a few overs, getting some treatment. Runs away from us now into Dinsara. Dinsara up on his toes, steering that down to third man for an easy single. So he moves on to 5. 197 for 4. Sri Lanka under-19s in over number 37. Pollard over the wicket to the left-handed Hina Tagala. Rise in delivery. Does it take the edge? It certainly does. He just guided that into the gloves of Greenwich. West Indies under-19s fighting back here as Sri Lanka under-19s lose their 5th. It's Hina Tagala who has to go, caught behind for 4 off the bowling of Jakeem Pollard. It was a rise in delivery. He looked to steer that, or he actually looked like he was trying to pull his bat away, but it took the edge. Simple catch there for Micah Greenwich behind the stumps. West Indies under-19s hitting back, as I say. Sri Lanka losing their fifth. They're 197 for 5 in over number 37. Pollard picks up his first wicket of the day. So after looking comfortable on 187 for 2, they've lost 3 wickets for 10 runs to now be 197.
So Brendan Buru is going to continue from the Andy Roberts end. Avimadin Sara and Jason Fernando. Buru has started really well here. Into his third over, picked up a wicket of his first delivery. Picked up the well set Chamudita for 88. Since his wicket, Sri Lanka have slipped to 199 for 5. Down the track, driving pleasantly up to long off. 200 now comes up for Sri Lanka in the 38th over. Sri Lanka's wicketkeeper batter Jason Fernando, left-hander, about to take strike now from Brendan Buru. Trying to force this one. Mountain a comeback here, the West Indies under 19 boys. Driven nicely. Out to the sweeper. Just a single. So the runs have dried up here for Sri Lanka in the main. And the West Indies, they have picked up some important wickets along the way. Then Sarah looking to build on what was a good platform laid by the top order. Just getting into his work. Then Sarah 8 from 15. Fernando just a 2 so far. Straight delivery from Buru to finish. At the end of 38, Sri Lanka 202 for 5. So Jakeem Pollard about to continue from the circuit, the Ambrose end. Pollard into his 5th. Oh, good short delivery there from Pollard, bending his back. Then Sarah picked it up early. Nice and low. Got his body and his butt out of the line of the delivery. Driven up to middle off. Wanted a single, but good coming there from Captain Dawn. Joshua Dawn. Completing his 10 overs today. Dawn. 2 for 31 from his 10. Was from his end is where the wicket started to fall for Sri Lanka. Played nicely, just allowing it to come onto him and just opening the face on contact. Wristy from Densara. Another single to Sri Lanka, 203 for 5. Coming up to that final 10 overs of the innings. What can Sri Lanka do here? Oh, good delivery on a good length outside the off stump. Fernando just flirting with it. Maybe looking to just run it down to third man, get off strike. Well, that has been operating just around that short of a good length area, between 4 to 6 meters. This time fuller Yorker length delivery, and Fernando was alerted that. So good mixing up of lengths here from Jakeem Pollard. Spearhead of this West Indies is under 19 bowling attack. Himself and Adian Racha, frontline seamers in this lineup. Another lifting delivery, but played well there from Fernando. Just a single coming from the over. 203 for 5. Brendan Buru is going to continue into his 4th over, and he should bowl well into that final power play, Brendan Buru. Thought he's been underused by Captain Joshua Dawn. Brendan Buru, that is. Very attacking option, leg spinner. Down the track, and lifting it there was Dinsara, all the way for 6. So Captain Dinsara taking matters into his own hands, taking that one on the full and whipping it all the way for 6. So as I welcome back the duo of Terry and Vernon, they're going to be taking you through to the final 10 overs of the Sri Lankan innings.
No, I think Muhammad did an excellent job. He can take us through for the rest of the day while he pushes these buttons.
I think we can go to the beach. We've also got a friend there, visiting man, Harlan Henry, originally from Antigua and Barbuda, and he's in the studio with us. It's such a pleasure to have met Harlan. I want to say good afternoon also to Franklin Stevenson, who's listening to us very, very, very keenly. 209 for 5. A lot of things have happened, Terry, since I last left.
Yes, picked up 3 for 10. Some very strange dismissals, though, especially Chamadita, who had 100 written all over him. And the first ball that Brendan Buru faced, bowled, that he faced off Brendan Buru, he walked straight across his stumps, missed a straight one. Clean bowled.
That's okay. That's how they go.
So they hit back with 3 for 10. But I was going to say to you at the start of play this morning, though, Vernon, Dinsara, the captains have been the difference, in my opinion, in this series. Dawn has had a wonderful series. Dinsara has not come off with bat in hand thus far. Maybe it's his day today. He's on 16 off 22. And in the matches so far, he's only made the 76 runs at an average of 19. Norton the first game, 45 in the second. That was his top score. Did not bat in the third, 22 in the fourth, and 9 in the fifth. So 210 for 5 after 40 overs. Still 10 overs remaining for the Sri Lankan under-19s. And you would suggest, with the way the series has been played thus far, Vernon, be a very interesting chase for the young West Indians this afternoon as the score mounts. Be chasing anything over 250. Will not be easy. Anyway, it's Pollard into Dinsara. He's coming round the wicket to the right-hander. Defended into the offside, and there's no run.
West Indies have used 7 bowlers. Pollard starting his 6th over. 5.1. No maidens, 25 runs, 1 wicket. Aidan Raja, 5 overs, no maidens, 25 runs, no wicket. Chakwan Bell, 3 overs, no maidens, 26 runs, no wicket. Zachary Carter, 8 overs, no maidens, 42 runs, 1 wicket. Captain Joshua Dawn, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 36 runs, 2 wickets. And Jonathan Van Land, 5 not, 34 not. Then we also have Brendan Buru, who I just think is a match winner. I don't know if they really understand the depth of this young man's talent. 4 overs, no maidens, 15 runs, 1 wicket. Sri Lanka lost their first wicket at 1 for 114, 17.4 overs, 2 for 142, 23, we could say the 24th over, 3 for 187 in the 33.1 overs, and 4 for 191, 34.5, and 5 for 197, 36.3. West Indies have hit back. Good delivery there so far by Pollard. And it's going to be very, very important in terms of how they manage Pollard. He had some niggles this morning, but I saw the over before this. He bowled a beautiful Yorker. That's why I would really like to see him concentrating on Terry and bowling sometimes a fuller length. He's got a good bumper, and he just needs to be able to just get that rhythm. Maybe he could come 5 more meters back and really accelerate into his run-up. Get that left hand up. Really? Yes.
That's a good delivery.
He enjoys bowling that short delivery.
But well played by Dinsari, rode the bounce and got the single.
So
They've been very aggressive with their running today, which has impressed me though, the Sri Lankans.
that's been the difference so far.
Exactly. Kept the scoreboard ticking and kept the pressure on the West Indians with a lot of left-right combinations. The field having this changeover basically after each delivery.
Been an interesting period of time right here. The series is going to turn out to be a thriller. That's where he's dangerous.
Good
That's
Yorker
where,
this time.
I think that's what he's got to be thinking about, Terry. Pace off. He's got good height. And just come from, get his left hand right close to his ear, lining up and looking on the target on those stumps. That's all he needs to be practicing. If he can get that right, Terry, he'll be a handful. Any predictions, Terry? I know you don't like to take me on when it comes to that.
It'll be interesting. I just feel anything over. Oh, great delivery, that one. I didn't play in it, but doesn't pick up the edge.
Think he's going off the field again, Terry.
And he doesn't look too happy.
Yeah, he's maybe feeling something. He's sticking his hat and straight away he signaled to the dressing room. So I think maybe he's done for the day.
Could be, well, he's still got 4 overs left and 4 overs that they would need from him, but he doesn't look well.
No, he's got his hat over his face. He's in pain, Terry.
Yeah.
He is in pain.
He already spent some time off the field earlier today. It looked like concern to his shoulder. But yes, anything over 240, 250, feel that is going to be very challenging for the young West Indians this afternoon.
257, Terry. That's my prediction. Because I realize that you're going all around.
The computer says
he's
258.
He's gone all the way down to Rising Suns by the police food fair. He doesn't want to answer me. He's hemming and hawing. Just call a number.
All right. Well, if I want to be honest, I think they got enough already.
Nah.
From what we've seen. 211 for 5, 9 overs to go.
You can never have enough runs in cricket, Terry.
Aiden Raja back into the attack down the leg side, called wide.
Come on, Raja. You got to be very disciplined. You got to be on the money here, son. That over that Pollard bowled, you can't afford to give anything away. You got to be as disciplined as possible. Look at your field. What field are you bowling to right now? So you're bowling to a 5-4 field. I think the mid-wicket just needs to come into the traditional mid-wicket, Terry, because he's bowling in swingers. Worked away in the onside, the 45, fielder from short final leg comes around.
But what they will end up with, I think, has got a lot resting on Captain Dinsara's shoulders, because if he needs to put in a score, and he hasn't really. Opposite number has scored 2 half centuries and is vying for the leading run score of the series. So if he can get away, if he can bat these last 9 overs, they'll be looking at closer to 270, 280.
Raja trying to bowl that hard length, back of a length. Forced away onto the offside. One thing, we saw a sense of purpose this morning from the Sri Lankan under-19s in terms of their improvement in the running of the wickets. Running between the wickets, I would say. Apologize. There's a massive outfield here at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Boundaries maybe about 75 meters and counting. Another single.
Excellent running though. Great communication between all the batsmen so far today.
I don't think Dawn would mind that because they're not getting any boundaries, so that's okay. It's quite in order. What hurts you is if you get 6 singles off of each over.
but that's exactly what they've been doing. If they haven't been able to pick up the boundary, they've made sure that they've been picking up at least one, but they've turned ones into twos, twos into threes on many occasions.
Yeah.
Disappointed with that, didn't Saura?
Yeah, he needs
Should
to
have
find the
played
gap there. He leaned into it. In fact, maybe what he could have done was
Stroked
just
it
maybe just
nicely.
check drive and maybe just on the march get a single. Can't afford right now. Even if we looked at the game, St. Kitts versus Barbados Warriors last night, you had Jason Holder, who didn't get to face any balls at all in the final over. Clipped beautifully. They're thinking about two. No, it's gone too hard down to long on, and they get an easy single in the process. The umpires moving very quickly. Square leg umpire is going on the other side. Just maybe thought he could have stayed where he was, Terry. I don't know how you feel. Guess he's trying to get in his steps.
I give up with these square leg umpires. I never feel they're in the right position.
Slash past the wicket
Took
keeper.
the edge, did it? Oh,
Down
well
to the
done.
boundary. Big save there.
Fontaine, is it? Yeah.
And they get 2 runs quite easily.
And
I'm
it
very
was
much
round,
concerned.
so it wasn't chance to
I'm
the
very much concerned, Terry.
diving Greenwich.
Sorry,
Yeah,
Terry.
go ahead.
In terms of, this is Greenwich's, what,
Every match he's played.
third game keeping?
Yes.
Third or fourth?
Third, I think. First 3
Might be 4, you know.
might be 4.
Yeah,
Yeah,
might be
yeah.
might be 4.
Well,
So-
who they used?
The original keeper. Nelson was the original keeper for the first 2 games.
Yeah, was it?
And then
Was it 2 or
Greenwich took
3?
over.
So 2, all right. Yeah.
Right? So the point is that in the original squad, Nelson is the wicket keeper. And that's why I've been asking all the time, if anybody looked at the under-17, are there any fringe players? You have somebody like a Tia Edwards, who scored 100 in the under-17, looked good in the under-19. You got a young keeper. Somebody sent me a name this morning. I think Brown, Goodish Brown from Barbados. Very stylish batsman. He's got some talent as well. You got Iwet Richards from the Leeward Islands, who had a very good tournament as well in under-19 tournament.
This is his third. Nelson played 3.
Okay, there
Yeah.
we go.
But he is not listed as a keeper.
Well, you don't have to be listed,
Micah
Terry.
Greenwich. No, but it's just saying, just something interesting. Tyreek Bryan, who you were impressed with, as far as his batting was concerned, is listed as a keeper. But they replaced Nelson with Greenwich.
Yeah.
And
More
they've
questions than
kept it
answers.
that way.
I'd like to see Lau in this team. I keep saying that all the time. I think he's a match winner. Outside of Pollard, Terry, in fairness, based on the matches that you've seen, who looks like the match winner for a West Indies team that will put their hand up and get 5 wickets? Kunshheim. Forget Pollard.
Filled in there by Carter. Saves at least one.
Bell has got some wickets.
Bell is the most consistent.
Yeah.
But match winner,
I'm
don't
talking
know.
about bowling now, right?
Yeah.
Bell has won some games for us, so and he looks like he's going to be a decent all-rounder once he can settle in.
Definitely.
I'm just talking about somebody who's going to get wickets early in the power play. Pollard looks like the only likely bowler who can come early in the power play, come back in the middle, and come back on the back end. That
Yeah.
is what I'm looking for. I like young Budo. I just don't know. There's just something about this young man that I feel, they just maybe got to get it right. Don't know what they're searching for. Young Matthew Miller is also got some talent too. He can bat. He's a tremendous athlete as well too, and he can bowl. So he will feature at some point in time later in the World Cup. I think their major concern is going to be Fontaine, Dawn, and I think they need another batsman. Van Land doesn't look bad. Steered beautifully. Control. Right under his eyes. It's good cricket all around.
But see, you talk about strike bowlers, though. I don't see Pollard or Racha as an out-and-out strike bowler.
No, Pollard is a strike bowler.
Well, I don't think they're quick enough to trouble the international team.
No, well, you see, that's it. You see, Pollard could be very slippy, Terry. He sort of had a very amble run-up, like a Jerome Taylor and company. But trust me, Terry, he has a good bumper. And he has a good Yorker. So if he's fit, Terry, on any day, and he lands it in the right areas, Terry, he could be a handful.
He could be, but I still think.
But he's demonstrated so far here, Terry, that he's maybe not got the wickets. Mm-hmm. And sometimes when you go to...
he's got 7. He's the second leading wicket taker.
Yeah, but when you go to a tournament sometimes, Terry, it's not all the time you see somebody who scores runs. Somebody can make 400 runs, Terry, and they really don't have it. But another day, you turn up to a cricket game and you see a young guy and you say, wow, this is one for the future. I like Pollard. I just think that if Pollard gets into the right circle, where he gets a track and field coach to work with him, I think he could be a handful. I really think he could be a handful. I like him. And I like him as a cricketer because I feel that he's young, he's got some potential, and like I said, once he can work on his rhythm, work on his variations, it could be problems.
Slap that over the bowler's head.
Sort of caught high up on the back there. And cramped him for room.
All of it. Picks up 2.
But I want to touch a little bit, Terry, because I know both of us, we were following the...
I want to touch on the score because we've got 3 different scores again.
We do?
Yep.
So tell me which is the right one. The actual scoreboard should be the right one. Should be. Electronic.
And that's what? 218?
When you settle down, Terry, just want to raise an awareness with you.
Mm-hmm.
As Terry tries to sort out the score.
Well, the electronic scoreboard's got 221 for 5.
And I think the manual has 221 as well.
Right, so we'll go with that.
You know, sometimes we see a clock at the ground, Terry, but it's the umpire's clock that has the right time.
You'd hope so.
Terry say he would hope so. Yeah, I love that one, Terry. But I was talking, Terry, about the organization of the USA A team who participated. There are 2 teams who participated in the Cricket West Indies under 19 team. You know, just the formations and how they went about their business, you know, paying kind of close attention to that in terms of their preparation.
Mm-hmm.
I feel I'll come back to that, Terry, after this delivery.
It's cracked in the air, but it's going to fall just short of the cover points sweeping on the fence.
You know, I was saying to you, Terry, when you leave the under 19, your next step is into the West Indies senior team.
Mm-hmm.
And if we are not placing our best coaches and teachers down at the under 19 level, we're going to continue to have a serious problem at the West Indies level. And that's what I'm saying. We need our best coaches at the under 15, under 17, and under 19 level. We have to get our teachers teaching the youngsters about the game, the cricket game. You'll be amazed, Terry, squeezed into the offside and they come back quite easily for 2. That a lot of the coaches, Terry, don't spend time on maybe working with the players in terms of field placing, angles, teaching them the finer points of the game. They don't even bring in umpires to teach them about the rules because cricket is a lot more complicated. The other thing, Terry, is the eating habits of these young boys.
Very
you know, most of the times I run camps for the Leeward Islands here in Antigua and Barbuda. They leave the food, Terry, the good food, and they order something else.
Eat the rubbish.
Don't talk about the cell phones, Terry. I brought in Byron Andrew for every time I have a camp here. Bring in Byron Andrew, and Byron, we're talking to them, and they said, "Well, Mr. Andrew, we are always resting our eyes. We're sleeping." He says, "No, you're not resting your eyes. What you're doing is that you're every time a ping goes off, you check your phone. You've been picking up your phone all the time.
Okay, so the score is still 3. Okay, now we're right. 2:27 for 5 after 44. Excellent. Jonathan Van Lang back into the attack. Bowling to Dinsara. He's on 22. Right up in the block hole, but it's a single up to Bell at long on.
All right, so let's look where Carter is, Terry. And let's look at the delivery Van Lan has just bowled. So I was saying to you, Terry, Carter just needs to come 10 meters to his left. So he can be able to cut that ball out, really, because the square leg is now coming into position for the right-handed batsman, because you want the batsman to see that gap where he goes there if Van Lan is going to bowl that line. Same thing applies for when the left-hander is on strike. Just needs to come back into the traditional mid-wicket position, because right now he's not saving anything. Why is Van Lan bowling that line?
Good work on the fine leg boundary, but 2 more to the score, 2 more to Fernando. He moves up to 14, 2:30 for 5 in over number 45.
He's got to look to get the batsman to hit the ball down the ground. Anything offline, the Sri Lankan under-19 batsmen are going to score. Bowl the ball full of length and get them to hit the ball down the ground.
Van Lang over the wicket to the left-handed Fernando, and that is wide. Very wide. In fact, that was lucky to bounce on the cut strip, wasn't it? Almost a no ball. So another extra. That's the 14th wide of the day. Peels off the outer portion of the bat all the way along the carpet to third man for another single. Sri Lankan captain Dinsara back on strike. That's better delivery by Van Lang. Spot on target. Defended back to the bowler. So 2:32 for 5 in over number 45.
Talking about Van Lan, first game we saw him on the scene, 83, 94 balls, 6 fours, 1 6. And it's been even Steven so far. Joshua Dawn, he's been in the runs as well too. He's got 2 half centuries. Fontaine has also been among the runs. So very easy going in the context of what we've seen so far, as Terry was indicating.
Yeah, if you have a look at the leading run scorers prior to this match, you Gamage on top, 199 at 49.75 with 100. Dawn 191 at 38.2 with 250s. Van Lang 161 at 40.25 with 150. Fontaine 136 at 27.2, 150. Chamadita 121 prior to today at 36.66, 150, but of course he made 88 today. And Hina Tagala 109 at 27.25.
It's been a good workout for all of the youngsters. All 32 young cricketers have had an opportunity to showcase their skills. And now it's down to what we consider to be the wire, as Terry would say. First game, Terry, what was the score? I was trying to look for my...
256.
Okay, all right. So we maybe nowhere close there yet.
5 overs to go. 233 for 5. Sri Lanka under 19s. Fernando. In fact, it's Dinsara who's on strike. He's on 24. Facing Racha. Bell, sorry, it's facing Bell, who's taken over from Racha, this Andy Roberts end. Bell prior to this over, 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 27.
Got the long on and the long off now for Raja. He's coming from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Fine leg comes up.
Is Bell.
Third man goes back. Sorry, Bell. They almost look alike. Yeah. On the follow through. Brilliant catch there by young Bodo. Wide delivery. Had to reach for it.
Oh, took it well.
Good catch there in the end. Sky is just a wonderful cricketer.
I was going to say, ever since from the under 15s, when he burst onto the scene and led the Trinidad and Tobago team to the championship, that was an excellent diving catch.
Both Raja and Bell,
Full strike.
Terry, on their follow through, they end up looking down fine leg. They have to start looking at the target, which is the stumps. That's something that I think that the technical coaches are going to have to spot and get them to stand up straight and be looking at the target for longer periods of time. But they won't mind that. 234 for 6. Sri Lanka are still large and in control. West Indies fighting back. No team, Terry, no team so far has batted, who's batted first has batted 50 overs.
Very true. The closest was West Indies in the first match. They missed it by a ball. But considering they were 151 for 1 after 25, West Indies have certainly hit back well, contained them. I don't know, but I just feel Dinsara, captain, he's on 25. If he can get the majority of the strike, he's eager to put some runs on the boards. It's been a pretty lean series for him thus far. That was a great catch, though. Tried to steer it past him, did Fernando. Full stretch. Took it brilliantly. Ballin again. New batsman, Seneviratne.
That's 2 runs.
Yeah, that should.
Yeah, that's 2 runs. He's ball watching. But Terry wants the captain to face most of the balls, so that's what the young man did.
So maybe the skipper whispered to him, just one, just one.
No, he was looking for 2. The skipper was looking for 2. Because as far as he's concerned, he wants to get runs. It's not about him.
Skipper's got to do something, but for me. Anyway, he's on strike. He's on 25. 235 for 6 in over number 46.
You ever looking at a cricket game and the non-traditional batter, or based on what they consider it to be, refuses a single and then he goes and gets out?
Yes, absolutely. I don't care.
And you know why
I don't care what game it is, right, or what position of the game. In white ball cricket, no single, in my opinion, should be refused. No run should be refused.
Thank you.
A lot different when you're trying to save a test match, no problem. But when it's all about runs, no run should be refused.
But I was coming to that, Terry, because what is automatically happening is that we are not preparing everybody. We're only preparing 1 to 6. So we never thought about preparing Terry. And that's the problem that we're having. Now, I say that, Terry, because if we go back to the 1975 World Cup,
everybody could bat.
Right? You see the application from Andy Roberts and Derek Murray and everybody, because everybody... I was looking at the innings the other day for Michael Holden, and I was saying he was not a bad batsman at all.
No, but you remember he hit 5 consecutive sixes off Bob Willis. England 1984
So,
in a test match.
so it just shows you that the application, you know, of everybody applying themselves, you know.
Exactly. But they used to practice.
Are you saying these don't?
I didn't say that. I just said they used to practice.
Over comes to an end, Terry. It's 46 bowled, 238 for 6. I endorse your statement, Terry. I do endorse your statement. Because sometimes the mechanism and our preparation as to how we continue to still prepare in the Caribbean it's amazing. Maybe that's why we have a new word called burnt out. Because we have everybody bowling every day, and we have everybody batting every day. There are no proper systems in place, really. So you're right, Terry. I agree with you.
Van Lang starts a new over. And that's hit firmly up to long on. They think about 2 this time. They're going to be close. Good running. 2 more to Dinsara. Moves on to 29. 240 for 6 in over number 47.
If this is the heat that they're going to be playing in January, Terry, this is a real test for them.
Yeah, most definitely.
And certainly I think it will be a lot more hotter. Anyway, we never know these days.
They're complaining about that heading into the World Athletics Championships in Tokyo this weekend.
Yeah, well, we'll just get more records, Terry. What are they worrying about? Some people just need the heat. We can't have our cake and eat it, Terry.
No, but
we don't have any control. Sometimes I just think, Terry, some of the administrative folks, it's like they're talking about comfort. We live in a real world, Terry. Anything can happen. When the rain comes, you're making noise. When it's too cold, you're making noise. Come on. Just appreciate nature.
It's like the farmers. They're never happy. That's pulled out and bad fielding there.
He has to stop that.
Deep mid-wicket boundary lets through 4.
He has to stop that, Terry. That is an easy
Very
stop.
half-hearted attempt there.
Have to stop that.
It must be said.
Is that Budu? Or Akram? No, he's been moved now. Miller is going into that position.
Ali Budu. But you talk about man management and administrators and all that. You know, they say, but their workload is so heavy these days. What about the days you went to England, Australia, 3.5 month long tour, traveling all over the place, playing every day. And you didn't have 3 teams. You had the 111 basically.
Their bodies are not the same.
And why is that? Anyway,
because of what we're eating.
And
the mindset.
What they put in.
No, but it's the mindset.
Training.
Everything is up here in Terry.
Exactly.
Everything is up here. You have to understand, right? The Viv Richards and the Frank Warrels and the Garfield Sobers, they had a sense of purpose as to why they were representing the West Indies team. You have to understand that.
Boy, high, wide, handsome, by the captain. I told you he had it in him, Vern. Shot up to 36. 250's up. 252 for 6.
Now you see why I like Budu? Because Budu now would have brought another proposition into the context of this game. That's just too friendly there by Van Lan. Too friendly. No Pollard, Terry.
No, Pollard is obviously not coming back. And steered nicely through the point region to pick up the single. Most importantly, keeps the strike. Moves on to 37 Dinsara, 253 for 6, 3 overs remaining. Continue from the Sir Andy Roberts end. He's bowled 4 overs so far. No maidens, 1 for 31 is into Dinsara. Plays that up to mid-off, long off for a single. 254 for 6 in over number 48.
Well, let me say something, Terry, because I think Joshua Dawn needs to pull his troops together. They have to finish strong. They can't just relax and say, you know, we're just going to go through the motion. They have to finish strong. And they're just like they're having one big effort from them. And they should be thinking, hey, we're going to bowl out Sri Lanka. They got to come with a sense of purpose. And the bowlers have to bowl a particular line. One side is either on the off side, which is the line that they're supposed to be bowling. Just find that they're just bowling too short. Oh.
Sinaviratne, no ball, front foot, no ball.
No, height.
Height, was it?
Yeah, it was a full pitch delivery. Free hit. Above the waist. Got to bowl the ball into the surface.
Tried to steer that. Free hit, Saravatne on strike. Went for it, got the edge, keeper put it down, and it's going to roll close to the boundary, just stopped by Carter with his boot. They pick up 3. Brings the captain back on strike.
Now a traditional keeper, Terry, would have taken
swallowed
that.
it.
Look the positioning of the wicket keeper. His left foot is outside the line of the leg stump.
.258 for 6, highest score of the series so far. Digs that one out. Plays it up to long on for another single. So Dinsara moves to 39. Sinaviratne is on 10, 259 for 6, halfway through the 48th. So we've still got 15 legal deliveries left in the innings. Bowl into Sinaviratne, short, pulled to deep backward square for a single. .260. If the captain stays, 270, 280 was my thoughts. Looking very much like that. Bowl in again. Better delivery. Dinsara tried to move across his stumps, open up the leg side, but Bowl followed him. Only play it back to the bowler, no run. Score stays on 260 for 6. West Indies under 19s. Again, he moves outside his off stump, plays this straight back past the bowler. They take 1, they think a 2. It's not there. 261 for 6. West Indies under 19s realize that they will have to get the highest score of the series so far if they want to wrap up the series today. Previous highest was in the very first match at Coolidge. West Indies were bowled out in 49.5 overs for 256. Sri Lanka under 19s after 48 overs today in game number 6. Must win for them. 261 for 6. Captain Dinsara will be on strike. Racha is back into the attack. Changed ends. He's now from the commentary box, also Curtly Ambrose end of the ground. Dinsara is on 40. They passed 260. Can they get up to 280 as Racha? Whoa. That will be a no ball again for height. Full toss. Slashed over the keeper. Should have been 2 there. Especially with the free hit coming up. But Van Lang runs around from third man. Keeps it to a single. .263 for 6. Sarah Seneviratne facing a free hit. Racha into him now. Stays round the wicket. They just get the single to Fontaine at long off.
So
30 they've put on off 19.
So why we have that feeler
Very good point.
if we have the long off? Wouldn't it be it?
Deep extra cover for what? They already got too many. Dinsara back on strike. Racha stays around the wicket. Clubs that to short fine leg for another one. 265 for 6. Dinsara moves on to 42. Four runs of 3 balls so far in Racha's over. Staying around the wickets, wide of off stump, inside the guidelines.
Well, I think the umpire is also looking to see if he's encroaching on the
encroaching.
danger area as well too.
True. I'm surprised he's bowling around the wicket to 2 right-handers, but anyway.
I don't know. That's the coach's plan or the analyst's plan, Terry.
Full again. Driven up to
I tell you,
long
Terry,
off for 1.
you only can introduce something when someone can master the skill set. So you can't just sit and say, I want Terry to jump off the Sir Andy Roberts end, and he doesn't have the skill set to make it happen.
Two balls to go in the 49th. Again, played up to long off for a single. 267 for 6. Partnership. Very good partnership for the 7th wicket. 33 off 23. Between Captain Vinsara and Seneviratne. Racha staying around the wicket. Right-handed Seneviratne pulling that. Wow, more poor fielding on the long on boundary. It was mishit and just on the bounce. Shaquan Bell had to run around about 5 yards to his right, stuck the mitt out, and I went straight past him for 4. So 4 very valuable runs at the end of the 49th. They move on to 271 for 6. Dinsara on 43 and Seneviratne on 17.
Terry, in cricket, how many hands you have?
2.
What you do with them?
You use them.
Okay. The same thing, same basic things apply, Terry, in fielding. You know, you have to get the ball first before you do anything else, which means that you have to watch the ball.
Bell into Dinsara. He's hit that high over the bowler's head for 6 off the first ball of the last over. I warned you, Dinsara had something in him. He's moved on to 49.
I'll tell you
277
I'll tell you something, Mohammed.
for 6.
When you see Terry like somebody, right? Trust me. He's fascinated. He's really fascinated.
He had
you know
to have
what I
a
mean?
score in him, right? Faces Bell again on 49. He's gone for it again. He pulls that They're coming back, they're not. Pulled it to long on, takes one. That's his 50. First half century of the series for Vimartin Saura, Sri Lanka under-19's captain of 54 deliveries. And takes his team up to 278 for 6. We've got 4 legitimate deliveries remaining in the Sri Lanka innings, and they'll be very happy with this performance.
Pretty interesting, Terry. Although we've not had international cricket per se, senior international cricket, the Savivarita Stadium has been very busy this year. Leeward Islands
I worry.
T20 tournament.
Senaviratne nearly took his skipper out there.
Yeah.
He gets a single, gets him back on strike. 50 of 54 deliveries. No 4s, Vernon. 3 6s.
And you see how important that is, that knock will be, Terry, at the end of the day.
Absolutely.
Maybe might make the difference. The sort of energy that you needed on the back end. How many balls we have, Terry?
We've got 3 to go.
And this over's already yielded about 9 runs?
Yes. 8. 8 runs, 3 to go. Ball into Dinsara, moving around his crease. Misses that one through to the keeper. So 2 to go. 279 for 6.
Lovely day here in Antigua and Barbuda. Sun belting down here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Maximum heat, Terry.
This very hot day, but prevailing easterly. And it's gone again, high over mid-wicket this time by Dinsara. 6 more, 285. The partnership worth 51 of 29 for the 7th wicket.
That was authoritative, Terry.
That was brilliant.
Jeez.
Moved inside the line.
That's about 85 meters, Terry. And counting.
Big hit. His 4th 6 hasn't hit a boundary. He's cleared it 4 times.
He's got 2 more balls.
1 more.
1.
He's on 56 of 56. This is what Sri Lanka would have spoken about. The captain coming to the party. Last ball pulls it into the mid-wicket area. They take 1. They have to come back for 2. They will, and do it quite comfortably. Excellent knock there by Sri Lanka under-19's captain Vimartin Saura. Finishes on 58 not out of 57 deliveries, and Sri Lanka under-19s have posed a big challenge for West Indies under-19s today. After being sent into bat, they've completed their 50 overs. The first time a team has completed 50 overs batting first in the series, and they finished on a very healthy 287 for 6, which means West Indies under-19s will need 288 to win, which will be the highest score of the series so far. We'll take a break on Cricket 360 via the Windies Cricket YouTube channel as the players take lunch, and we'll be back for the run chase in about 30 minutes' time. Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium for the start of West Indies under-19's run chase in this 6th Youth One-Day International. Sri Lanka under-19's posting an imposing 287 for 6 off their full quota of 50 overs. It looks like Seneviratne starting the bowling. He's bowling to Micah Greenwich. And Micah Greenwich looks like he's got a new opening partner today in, I think it's Tyreek Bryan out there with him rather than Zachary Carter. They put on 54 in the opening match, the first wicket partnership, but it's been slim pickings ever since. Micah Greenwich only scored 20 runs in 4 matches before the last game where he got 40. Tyreek Bryan just playing his 3rd match, and that's hit straight to short extra cover by Greenwich. 2nd ball of the innings. He goes for naught. West Indies under-19's in early trouble, 0 for 1. Round the wicket was Seneviratne, and he just wafted that. Looked like he was trying to defend it, could not keep it down. And the catch taken there at short extra cover. So Greenwich trudges off for naught and chasing 288 to win. The required run rate of 5.76. West Indies lose their first off the 2nd ball of the innings. He needed to be a lot tighter in that defensive prod outside off stump, did Micah Greenwich. Be disappointed with that. 0 for 1 off the 3rd ball. So a change in the batting order, but usual opener Zachary Carter has to make his way to the crease in the 1st over. Anyway, Carter, another left-hander, so Seneviratne staying around the wicket. Bang on target, driven firmly back to the bowler. He gets a hand to it. So excellent start this by Sri Lanka under-19s. As we were saying, Micah Greenwich hasn't had the best of series, apart from the 40 in the previous match. He hasn't really troubled the scorers. Zachary Carter, the big hitting left-hander, also 39 in the first match, then scores of 0, 6, 5 and 1. But he's out there early, even though they changed the opening pair. Tyreek Bryan. That's clipped back with a square, but good fielding. So a wicket maiden to start with from Seneviratne. West Indies in pursuit of 288 for victory and 0 for 1. Losing the wicket of Micah Greenwich for 0. Tyreek Bryan, promoted to opener today. He's just played the 2 matches, scores of 24 in his first match, 0 in his second. He'll be facing the music. On strike for this second over, and it looks like we're going to have an early introduction of spin. Is Tarusha Novodia will take up the attack from this, the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Sri Lanka with a pep in their step, early breakthrough after putting the highest score of the series thus far on the board. Being asked to bat first, they racked up 287 for 6. And it was the first time that either team has batted their full quota of 50 overs. Off-break bowler Novodia. Has Bryan searching for that one. He's only played the 1 game as Novodia. That was in the first match of the series. He took 1 for 42 off 6 overs. Played into the offside by Bryan. Can't beat the field. Umpire just having a word with Novodia. Crouching on the danger area. We now to Tyreek Bryan. Bryan again defending it on offside. So the Sri Lankans naturally up and about. Put more than a decent total on the board, and then picking up a wicket in the first over of West Indies under-19's reply. Novodia over the wicket to the left-handed Tyreek Bryan. Again defending into the off, and there's no run. Novodia into Bryan. Once again, defends into the off. Bowling with a slip, backward point. Cover, extra cover. Long off, mid on, mid wicket, deep backward square, and third fine leg inside the circle. Half a shout there at the end of the over for a run out, but I don't think Bryan had moved an inch. Over comes to an end. Another maiden. 2 maidens on the trot. West Indies under-19s remain on 0 for 1. Zachary Carter, the big hitting left-hander on strike. Senavaratne round the wicket, bang on target, played back to the bowler. Sri Lanka have been up and about from ball 1 today. 100-run opening stand. Opener Chamadito making a fine 88. The captain, runner ball 58 unbeaten, and that's hit past the bowler for the first runs of West Indies innings. Carter moves to 1. That's 1 for 1 in over number 3, chasing 288 for victory. And it's Tyreek Bryan into strike. Senna Viratne staying around the wicket to another left-hander. It's pushed to backward point. They scamper through for a single, so both West Indies batsmen off the mark. 2 for 1 in over number 3. Senaviratne in again to Carter. Carter's pulling this through the mid-wicket area and beats the deep mid-wicket fielder. 1 bounce 4. Authoritative shot. He's strong, powerfully built boy. Strong through that mid-wicket area. It was aerial, but a chance for the fielder. Valiant effort to try and stop it from going over the boundary. So first boundary of West Indies innings. Carter moves to 5 at 6 for 1. Defends that into the backward point region. No run. Senaviratne prior to this game picked up 5 wickets in the 5 matches played, an average of 26. Right arm medium pacer. He's around the wicket from the Sir Andy Roberts end into Carter. Bang on target again. Straight back to the bowler to complete the over. So after 3 overs, West Indies under-19s 6 for 1. Carter is on 5 and Bryan is on 1. It's in pursuit of 288 for victory. And if they can make it, it'll be victory in the series too, as they lead 3-2. Novodia will continue from this the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Bryan plays that up to long on. Gamage does the fielding. Goes through for 1. He moves on to 2. 7 for 1 in over number 4. Carter on strike. Novodia brings excuse me, Novodia brings his long off into mid-off. And that's cracked past short extra cover. Gamage at that mid-off position runs around, restricts the scoring to 1. 1 more to Carter. Moves on to 6. Score 8 for 1 in over number 4. Novodia into Bryan. Bryan's defending this The offside, no run. So they haven't been able to get the opening stands required. West Indies under 19s. 54 was the opening partnership in the first match. Nothing to write home about after that. They tried a new opening partnership today, but Greenwich went off the third ball of the innings. Nobodja into the left-handed Tariq Bryan, just loses his run-up. Umpire calls dead ball. You go back and start again. Brilliant sunshine here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Ideal conditions for the players as Nobodja into Bryan, and Bryan is stroking that back to the bowler. This one is played defensively into the offside to complete the over. So another good over there by Nobodja, just the 2 off it. And West Indies under 19s chasing 288 to win at 8 for 1 after 4 overs. Carter is on 6. Tariq Bryan is on 2. What will be important cricket West Indies under 19s is the run in between wickets. This big Sir Vivian Richards Stadium ground. Sri Lankans were excellent at that today, picking up the singles, turning 1s into 2s, 2s into 3s. That stroked nicely past short extra cover up to long off by Carter. The first ball of Seneviratne's new over. Just for the single though, he moves on to 7. Score 9 for 1 in over number 5. Yes, but Sri Lanka were excellent with their running between the sticks today. I feel West Indies will need to do likewise if they've got any chance in this match. As Seneviratne into Bryan and beats him. Delivery on or about that off stump. Flies through to the keeper. Jason Fernando, no run. Defensively into backward point. So we've got a slip, third man on the boundary, backward point, extra cover. Mid off, mid on, mid wicket, deep backward square, and fine leg inside the circle. So just the one man out, and that's turned to short fine leg. Can't beat him. Another dot delivery. 9 for 1 in the 5th over. Just having a look at Dinsara there at slip, Sri Lankan under 19s captain. Just asked for himself and keeper Fernando standing a bit closer than normal. That's defended again to backward point. As I say, a very good afternoon to Vernon Springer.
Afternoon to you, Terry.
Big start by Sri Lanka.
Yeah, 279 runs more needed. Sri Lanka applying the pressure very early as we say good afternoon and good evening to whoever you're listening to us. It's a lovely day here in Antigua and Barbuda. Very exciting cricket game.
Spot on target against Seneviratne to complete the over. So after 5 overs, West Indies under-19s in pursuit of 288 to win. A 9 for 1. Carter is on 7 and Brian is on 2.
Just in the world of sports, Terry, South Africa choose to bowl against England in the T20 series.
I believe England were complaining the other night that there was a farcical match or something. That they
88 without loss.
what they do
England
reduce it to.
No, this game is actually playing live now as we speak.
No, but I was just saying in the first match,
Yeah,
England
well.
were complaining that.
They're always complaining, Terry.
Yes,
Yeah, so
yes, well, that's
let's-
the nature of being English, isn't it?
let's keep it stepping. They're 88 without loss right now, so they might look to redeem themselves. Then in the Asia Cup, Oman needs 100 runs off 23 balls against Pakistan. Pakistan scored 160 for 7, make that 94 now in the process. Let's look and see what happened today with the Pakistan team. So unpredictable, so much talent. Harris scored 66. That was the only notable score of date.
Navodia continuing here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Carter hitting that firmly, but straight to Gagame at mid-off. Score 11 for 1 in over number 6. The fielder, sorry,
The bowler.
Kunagoda. They call him Gagame for short. That's turned by Carter down to the fine leg boundary for 4. Just straying into the pads of Carter. Fine leg inside the circle. He just had to get something on it. And he did just that. So he moves on to 13. It's 15 for 1 in over number 6. As Navodia just brings his fine leg a little finer. Again. And same result. I was going to say, instead of bringing your fine leg finer, keep it off the pads of Zachary Carter. But once again, straying down leg, Carter just simply gets bat on ball and it rolls past the fine leg again for back-to-back boundaries. So Carter moves on to 17 off 14. It's 19 for 1. Carter just adjusting what looks to be his thigh pad. Right, got his gloves back on. He's ready again to face Navodia. Again, drifting into his legs. This time, plays it through a mid-wicket for a single. And I believe, even though there was a pool of 28 in the SA20 auction, Springs, only Gudakesh Moti and Brandon King were selected.
Yeah. Wish him all the best. in the outing.
Over complete here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. We've had 6 overs of West Indies run chase. 288 to win. They're 20 for 1. Carter is on 18 and Tariq Bryan is on 2. They've added 20 so far, these two, in Carter and Bryan, after the early wicket of Micah Greenwich for North off the third ball of the innings. Sene Viratne picked up the wicket and he will continue from the Sir Andy Roberts end, bowling to Carter. Runs towards us now into Carter. Carter is punching this into the mid-wicket area and they stroll through for a single. Tariq Bryan plays that nicely through the cover region. Doesn't get the timing that he desired, but will pick up a single. He moves on to 3. Score 22 for 1 in over number 7. That's huge by Zachary Carter. Full length delivery by Sene Viratne, and he was onto it like a flash and put him high over the mid-wicket boundary. He's a powerful built boy, and anything in his arc is gonna go, you would feel. Moves on to 25 of just the 17 deliveries, 28 for 1. As I said earlier, started off with an explosive 39 in the first match. Hasn't really troubled the scorers since then. That came in at number 3 rather than opening in the innings today, although he was out there to face the 4th ball of the innings. You feel if he can get away and really do some damage and impact this game. Turned backward of square. They take 1, they think of 2, and comfortably back for the 2nd. So partnership with 30 of 38. Steadier for the West Indies under-19s. 30 for 1 in over number 7. Sene Viratne in again to Carter. Short. Look for the pull again. Checked his stroke. Played it back to the bowler. Completes the over. So after 7 overs, West Indies under-19s in pursuit of 288 to win. A 30 for 1. Carter's on 27 and Bryan is on 3.
Talking about birthdays, Terry, you know, we celebrated Mohammed's birthday sometime this week. But today is one of the legends' birthday in Barbados. So Wesley Hall. Say happy birthday to you, Sir Wes.
Very happy birthday.
And to all of the birthday person around, Genesis in Connecticut. So many persons are celebrating birthday. When you tell me it's your birthday again, Terry?
March 4.
Just checking. Just trying to test you. Just trying to test you, Terry.
Well, one thing I'll never forget is my birthday.
I'm just
Anyway,
teasing
we're
you.
going to have a change of ball here from these
Sometimes you can leave alone, Terry. You don't have to take me on all the time, Terry. You can leave alone, you can.
I'm like Sri Lanka today. I'm miles in front. I said 280 odd if the skipper stays, and he did.
You hear him, Mike Mohammed? I hope you're listening, Mohammed. I hope you're listening, Mohammed. I told you about him.
Nimsara is going to take up the attack, replacing Novodia from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. He's going to come around the wicket to Tarek Bryan and beats him through to the keeper. So medium pace replaces the spin of Novodia. Bowling with a slip, fine leg inside the circle. And that, how did that miss? He got something on it, but it almost went straight through him. Full pitch delivery, looked to drive that Bryan. And Nimsara thought he was through just the inside edge of the bat.
Yeah, lucky.
Flies past leg slip and the keeper for 4.
I would have saved him.
34 for 1. Bryan goes up to 7. Nimsara in again to Bryan. And again beats him. Bryan is on 7 off 22. Carter's on 27 off 20. 34 for 1 in over number 8. Nimsara in again around the wicket to Bryan. Too far down leg this time, called wide by the umpire.
Sri Lanka getting a little ill-disciplined. Some 14 wides bowled by the West Indies earlier after Sri Lanka had scored 287 for 6 off their 50 overs. 19 fours and some 5 humongous sixes here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, Terry. Including your favorite player, your captain, he hit 4.
He did, and not a single boundary. And again beats him.
Three teams have qualified so far for the playoffs of the Republic Bank Caribbean Premier League. St. Lucia Kings, Jinbago, Tikea, Antigua and Barbuda Falcons in only their second season. And now we know the Barbados Royals, they're out of the conversation. So too. Can't say the Patriots is out yet. Terry, can you?
No, but and again catches the inside of the bat. So coming round the wickets, the medium pacer Nimsara causing a few difficulties here for Tarek Bryan, but he survives. Yes, well, first of all, they need to lose their final 2 matches, the Warriors, and they need to lose them by good margins because their net run rate is 0.361 compared to the Patriots' negative 0.110. Both on 8 points, but Patriots finish their matches. And again catches the inside edge of the bat.
Talking about Sir Wes Hall celebrating his 80th birthday. Winfield Hall, Sir Wesley Winfield Hall. And you would have known of the fast bowling combination with people like Charlie Griffith. Just amazing that Hall only played 48 test matches before retiring from international cricket in 1969 with 192 wickets. But he's really would have served as one of Barbados' top statesmen, served as the Minister of Tourism and Sports, managed the West Indies team. He was a man of all seasons because he became president in 2001. Did you remember that, Terry?
Yeah. He was also manager in 1984.
2020. Barbados decided to have a bronze statue. When you go to Barbados, you have to look for Sir Wes.
But you say he only played 48 test matches?
Yeah, 48.
The greatest fast bowler ever walked, in my opinion, only played 47.
You like to maybe feel like I'm in your mind, right?
I just say 202 wickets in 47 tests. The great A.M.E. Roberts.
Which era are you matching it up against?
No, I'm just saying, you said Sir Wes played 48.
I don't
one
mean
more
anything.
than Andy. That's
Yeah.
all. That's all.
No, you lay a claim. I ask you which era you're matching it up against. That's all I said. I'm not questioning what you said, Terry. I would never do that. Come on.
Whoa, he went for it again. Gotta hold your head, son. Long way to go.
You know, it was amazing, Terry, because I was listening to a very long time interview with the former president of Pakistan, former captain of Pakistan, Imran Khan. And I couldn't help but looking around, because when I look into the Caribbean, I see that we have a crisis, Terry. We don't have any fast bowlers coming through. But when you looked at the era of the Roberts, Croft, Holding, Marshall and company, and you see that you had people like Sylvester Clarke, who couldn't get into a West Indies team, Vaughan Hungry Walsh from the Leeward Islands, who was lightning fast and couldn't get into the team. You know, it's just amazing. And now we're almost average. We're struggling to see if we can find a fast bowler outside of Azari and Shamar. Who are the fast bowlers around, Terry? I'm talking about in the Caribbean.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about medium pacers. I'm talking about fast bowlers.
Out and out fast bowlers. But does it come back to this, though? I had a very interesting conversation with Alzari a couple of months ago. And he was saying that anybody that has the ability to bowl fast should be encouraged to do so. And we were talking about how these days, because of so much white ball cricket, that it's all about line and length. So even if they can bowl express pace, they're encouraged to hit your line, all about line and length. They're saying that can come later. Pace always puts the fear and the doubt into a batsman, no matter who you are.
Yeah, but you need fast bowling. If we not be careful, Terry, you know, the bowlers will be just become bowling machines, which we already see even in the IPL.
Exactly right, you know, where you're bowling ball after ball after ball on the same line, the same length, regardless of the outcome.
That's why sometimes, Terry, you have to give credit to people like Sunil Gavaskar and Boycott and those guys who, in a time, Terry, didn't have any helmets, but had to stand up and face that
uncovered pitch.
Yeah, it's just amazing. You had the Lilly, the Thompson,
absolutely.
You know, running in at folks. That's when cricket was at its fearsome most. You know,
its best.
Over comes to an end.
Yes, 40 for 1 after 9.
That's why it is, you know, when people are matching up and talking about that era, Terry, you can't match this era sometimes in terms of averages and in terms of what they would have went through. How do you class a Virat Kohli with a Sunil Gavaskar, who came out heartless, had to face all of the West Indians? You know, by the time he might have bowled out West Indies for a small score, by the time he looked, he had to go in and face hostility,
right,
and consistently scored runs. You know, that's an attitude mentally. This guy was just so strong, but he could have bat. He could bat. Javid Miandad, you know, so many players. You look back at that era, Terry, and you realize that it was gruesome as a batsman.
Nimsara to start a new over into Brian. Cramps him up again, giving him trouble. Persisting round the wicket line to the left-hander.
Mohammed has just told us England are 150 for 1 in 9 overs, Terry. So we can get a 300 score there. Bazball working today. It's not working here yet for the West Indies, but they're going about their business in a quiet way.
They're fighting. 40 they've added. These two, where's he going?
Yeah, Brian is
He's
losing
certainly
his shape.
giving him trouble.
Yeah, but I think why he's giving him trouble is because the ball is not... He's taking pace off of the ball, and Brian looks like somebody who likes the ball coming onto his bat. A lot of chatter taking place. You just have to walk away, take his time, just compose himself, maybe take another guard. You know, maybe, you know, just to... And get that stride out. He's not striding out when the ball is being pitched up to him. He's just playing from his crease. He's got to get his feet moving. In the meantime, his pad on non-strikers end. It's not bothered about him. He's maybe saying, he's got this. He's confused. Wide ball.
Oh,
So that was harsh.
that was a bit rough.
Yeah, I thought that was inside the line. It was almost last like one with holder in the final over. Let's see that again, Mohammed. Because I thought that passed right within the line. Look at that.
Miles in the line.
Ooh. On the line belongs to the bowler.
41 for 1 in over number 10, sorry. Oh, we got hold of that one. Played it nicely. Last he caught up with one.
This guy can bat, Terry.
Yeah,
There's
for
just
sure.
there's just something about him. For the very first time I saw him, and you know I told you that, Terry, I think he just used his feet to Akash. There's just something about him. You know, I don't normally see young modern day
But you're
players
right,
use their
Roman, that
feet.
pace on that delivery. That's
Yeah.
what he likes.
Yeah.
Guided it over. Backward point.
I think when the pace comes off, he doesn't get it. Needs to get that stride out. But he's still thinking about trying to go hard and score. Sometimes that's okay. Just have a look. No need for him now to give his hand away.
Come over the wicket for the first time in this spell. There's Nimsara. Two left-handers out there for West Indies under 19s.
Cricket, the mental side, Terry. So you got to keep working on.
Very
It's
important.
It's not about talent, mind power. Yeah, Brian, his left foot just need to get deep into the crease, Terry, when he's playing the ball off of the back foot. He's cramping him for room there. He needs to give himself some room. That left foot got to get deep. He got to get on his toes. A lot of chatter taking place. short. Got the stride out there, Terry, but he didn't stay over the ball long enough. Just sort of made contact. Needed it just to pose for the cameras and find the gap.
Good running though. That completes the first 10 over power play. West Indies under 19s fighting back after being 0 for 1. They're now 46 for 1 after 10 overs, with Carter on 31 and Bryan on 12. And did you know we have a Grandmaster chess player
Yes.
on Ireland?
Is he conducting a course here?
He is, apparently. Nigel Short, MBE, one of the world's most celebrated chess players and the current FID Director for Chess Development. Will be here from tomorrow to Tuesday.
That's great.
Former World Chess Championship finalist, 3-time Commonwealth champion, and winner of more than 70 international tournaments across 6 continents. He rose to prominence in 1984 as the youngest Grandmaster in the world at the age of 19. So anybody that's into chess, mind game, go and listen to him. His landmark visit reinforces Antigua and Barbuda's commitment to using chess as a platform for education, social development, regional leadership. And this is not only an historic occasion for Antigua and Barbuda, but also a tremendous opportunity to showcase our country as a leader in promoting mind sports and education across the Caribbean.
As Mohammed just said, some outrageous batting by England.
Seneviratne into his 6th over, 1 for 22 thus far.
It's got to be crazy, Terry.
Bowling around the wicket to the left-handed Bryan. Plays that up to mid-off, takes off with the shot.
Well played.
Yes, and well run.
Good cricket all around.
47 for 1. Bryan moves on to 13. Brings Carter back on strike. He's on 31. Beautiful afternoon here in North Sound, Antigua.
Want to get folks to go down to the Rising Sun ground and support the police. Wish I could get Mohammed down there.
Well, you could come here and support the West Indies under 19s. Seneviratne just dropping backward square out to the boundary, and that's where it's gone. He's under it. Ho ho! Carter falls for it. He just moved him from backward square to deep backward square on the boundary. He dug it in short. Carter couldn't resist, went for the pull, top-edged, straight down the fielder's throat. West Indies under 19s lose their second. It's 47 for 2. Carter gone for 31.
No comments, Terry. No comments.
Could say he fell for the 3-card trick. So, important breakthrough, breaks the partnership. The partnership was worth 47. 47 for 2 now. There's still 241 away from a victory.
Can you imagine, Terry, that they had 100 runs in the power play? England, South Africa. Wow. That's not just only outrageous, it's crazy.
They're playing on a postage stamp.
The last thing close to that was in 2016, 89 for 3, South Africa. England, 83 without loss, 2025. Yeah, it's crazy. But that's what baseball brings for you, you know. Terry loves baseball.
Dominican batsman Wilsino Fontaine joins Tyreek Bryan in the middle. Senabaratne gonna come over the wicket to the right-handed Fontaine. Slip in place. In he comes now from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Short lift in. Too short, says the umpire. Calls wide. But welcome to the crease, Mr. Fontaine. All about partnerships. If they're going to get anywhere near this 288 required. Two men are out. He's got a deep mid-wicket and a deep fine leg as he's into Fontaine and beats him. Oh, does he? Big appeal. I think the keeper was trying to fool the umpire there. If you watch Senabaratne, he didn't really appeal. If we watch this again, he thinks about appealing. Fernando behind the stumps. Whoa, it was close though. Close to everything. The edge, the glove. But watch the bowler, see? Just missed. And then the keeper starts going berserk. He joins in, but not out. Fontaine survives, faces Senabaratne. Driven off the inner portion of the bat to mid-wicket to complete a successful over. West Indies under-19s after 11 overs. A 48 for 2. Bryan is on 13 and Fontaine just facing the 2 deliveries so far. He's still on 0. Another successful over there for Senabaratne. Picking up the wicket of Zachary Carter for 31. He's bowled 6 overs now, 1 maiden, 2 for 24. Only successful bowler so far for Sri Lanka. Lasit Limsara, medium pacer, will continue from this is Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Bowling to the left-handed Bryan. He's going to be over the wicket. Runs in now. And that lifts on Bryan. Just defends it down. Got a deep backward square, fine leg on the fence, third man on the fence. And cover point sweeping on the boundary. Everybody else is inside the circle, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, cover and backward point as he runs into Bryan. Bryan searching for that outside off stump. Played a nice shot. Uppercut it over. Backwards point a couple of overs ago, but this time can't make contact through to keeper Fernando. So 48 for 2, still another 240 required. That's 6.2 for West Indies to get up in this 6th match. Nimsara into Brian. And again, he tries to uppercut it. Again, he misses.
He's only going to play that shot, Terry, if he gets into the proper position. His left foot
Because the ball's continuing away from him.
Yeah, has to get deep. You know, he's just going across the crease. So you think like he's moving.
He's just flashing it.
Yeah, but he's not really moving. So because of that, his alignment of seeing the ball is going away from him. Has to just make that readjustment, get that left foot deep into the crease so he goes back and across so he can get closer to the ball. As it is right now, just his hands are going to be working.
Nimsara into Brian, and Brian this time steers it down to the third man area, takes the single. And that rotation of strike, all important, especially when the left and right hander is out there. He's found it difficult to lay bat on ball when he was batting with Carter. 47 they put on. Carter made 31 out of those 47. But Brian struggled to rotate the strike. Anyway, Fontaine on strike. Face his first delivery from Nimsara. And that's turned nicely into the wicket region for a comfortable single. That gets Fontaine going, moves to 1. And the 50 comes up for West Indies under-19s. 50 for 2 in over number 12.
Josh Butler just continues. Smash the third, fastest 2050 for England.
And the
Came
game
off.
steers that down to third banders Brian for a single that they walk through. Brings the over to an end. So we've had 12 overs of West Indies under-19s run chase. They're in pursuit of 288 to win. They're 51 for 2. Tyreek Bryan on 15 and Fontaine on 1. Looks like Senaviratne is going to continue. He's bowled 6 overs so far, 1 maiden, 2 for 24. He's been the wicket taker for the Sri Lankans. Coming around the wicket to the left-handed Brian. Just turns this into the onside for a single. It's batted by Brian. Looking to rotate the strike. Sri Lanka earlier today did that extremely well. A run in between the wickets and the rotation of strike, especially when they had left and right-handed combination in the middle. So 52 for 2 in over number 13. Fontaine back on strike. Over the wicket is Senaviratne to the right-hander. Short. That struck him on the helmet, I think. Flew down to third man. They take the single. I reckon he might be checked out here. Is Fontaine. He went for the hook shot. Yes, they're calling the physio on now. Went for the hook shot. Missed. And took a blow to the helmet. So he will get checked out. Make sure everything's A-OK.
202 for 1, Terry. 13 overs. Sounds like
Going for some record, aren't they?
sounds like kindergarten cricket, right?
It does, yeah.
See what we were talking about in terms of bowling, Terry?
So just a break in play here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium while Orsino Fontaine gets checked out after taking a blow to the head.
And we hope that he will be all right. In the meantime, in England, Phil Salt is not out on 104. England are 212 for 1. Bettel 20. Butler 83 of 30 balls. South Africa have used 6 bowlers to date. Bada's gone not for 46 from 2.
Okay, so Fontaine has been checked out. He seems to be okay.
Could never be okay these days, Terry.
Yes.
But
And the
leg by
umpire
signal.
signals the leg by now. So 53 for 2. We're in over number 13. West Indies under 19s in pursuit of 288 to win the match and take the series. Tyreek Ryan will be on strike. Senavaratne. No, he's going to stay over the wicket this time to the left-hander.
This is going to be a test of concentration now for young Brian. He's going to have to bat as deep as possible.
Took a step out of his crease there, but good lifting delivery by Senavaratne. Saw him coming, just dropped the length of it back through to the keeper.
He's got a good platform today. This is just the 13th over here for young Brian, so he's going to have to dig deep.
He's faced some 41 deliveries for his 16 as Senavaratne into him again. Tries to pull that.
Yeah, hope he doesn't fall in.
Wide called.
Hope he doesn't fall into the same trap like Carter.
They
Just
got 2
seem to-
men down there.
Yeah, it's just got to be mindful that these are big boundaries here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Much bigger than Coolidge Cricket Ground, which is about 70 meters.
He doesn't want to get in the position that he was during that partnership with Carter. Stands there and just slaps that down to
Now you see where he is, Terry.
mid-wicket, but no foot.
Yeah, the
movement,
left foot. You know,
yeah,
he's got to get his left foot. He's got to get deep, and he's been able to smack that into the mid-wicket area.
But this was the problem he got himself into when he was batting with Carter, that he was taking the strike and failing. You know, he couldn't find the boundaries. He was failing to rotate the strike. Doesn't want to fall into that again. And again, he's just swinging. That's pretty poor.
Where's Fontaine going?
Bats in. There was a single there. Sneaked one because the keeper rolled the ball into the stumps. And Brian was still in his ground, but the ricochet went to backward square. The fielder had a bit to do, so they sneaked a single, or sneaked a bye actually. 55 for 2, 1 ball of the 13th over remaining. Gets Fontaine on strike. Turns
This
that
one.
down to fine leg.
Yeah.
Gets a single, but most importantly retains the strike. See, he moves to 2. Brian is on 16 after 13 overs. West Indies under 19s chasing 288 to win. A 56 for 2. Tall, lean figure of Nimsara will continue from this the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Couple of spectators come to have their lunch at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium and stayed on over the quiet look at the proceedings going on in front of them. Nimsara, big appeal for LBW and he's gone. He's trapped. Fontaine on the crease with a fuller delivery. Looking to turn that into the mid-wicket region. Nimsara strikes. West Indies under 19s in further trouble as they lose their third. It's 56 for 3 in the 14th.
Looking at the replay there now,
Look
Terry.
again on the replay.
Fontaine
He walked
playing
across.
right around a straight delivery.
Trying
On
to
his toes.
play across the line.
Yeah, didn't get out onto the heel. Missed the alignment of the ball. And that would have taken the middle stump out of the ground according to our own predictions that we're looking here at the television. And Fontaine goes back. Now brings out their captain, Joshua Dawn.
And we're going to have a drinks break here, so we'll take a break on Cricket 360. Back with live action shortly.
So right after the break, the West Indies under-19 captain is off the mark with a short delivery, poorly lined delivery down the onside. And so now brings Tyreek Byron, the left-hander, into strike. West Indies need 231 more runs. Required run rate is 6.30, 57 for 3. Yeah, very hot and sunny, sticky day here in St. John's, Antigua and Barbuda. Nimsara to Brian. Hard length, forcing Brian to defend. 231 runs required from 220 balls, almost like 231 singles. Brian is 16 from 44. Dawn 1. So good afternoon to, good evening wherever you are viewing us. It's great to see Alan Henry from the United States of America, originally born in Antigua and Barbuda. Thanks for visiting us, my brother. Brian squared up, but in the end played it late down to the third man area for his 17th run. And the score in the meantime goes up to 58 for 3. Robert Haynes, I know, will be very close to his monitor, his phone. So too will be Anthony Gray. Number of the scouts will be looking on. Just wish if somebody maybe can answer me to tell me if this is the final squad that will be going off to the World Cup, or will other young players get an opportunity to get into the conversation. Tia Edwards from the Windward Islands, Gatson Brown from Barbados, Irette Richards from the Leeward Islands. Quite a good amount of players still could force their way in. Sean sent me a name from Ghana down the onside. Wide signal by the umpire. But what we've seen here so far, and Terry, I'm sure we'll get his thoughts, is that the West Indies certainly needs a wicketkeeper. And maybe that's just not just a wicketkeeper, but they need a wicketkeeper batsman that can hold his own. 60 for 3.
Yes, and also I must say to Vernon, in that chase the other day, they were doing it comfortably, 114. Just 1 wicket down as we watch Nimsara into Brian, who comes off the outer portion of the bats, but all the way along the carpet, down to third man for a single. He was on to 18, 61 for 3. New batsman is the captain himself, Joshua Dawn. But they started losing wickets. They started, almost tuning out, and then needed that 9th wicket partnership to get them across the line. And just today, they didn't see themselves. They looked flat in the field. Sri Lanka, the series on the line, were being quite the opposite. Very upbeat, very energetic. So as you say, Vernon, looking at the bigger picture heading into a World Cup, if they want to emulate the champions of 2016, they need to be fit, up, ready for each match. A long competition as this one. That's why this is such good preparation, organised by Cricket West Indies and the Sri Lanka board. 7-match series, excellent preparation heading into the Under-19's World Cup, which is only a few months away now, January next year.
In case I said Gatson Brown, it really should be Gatson Boyens. But he's maybe not in the conversation, and maybe might not be in the conversation. We're back with the action, Terry.
There's been a change at the Sir Andy Roberts end. Nobodia has swapped ends prior to this. 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 13 with his off breaks. Coming around the wicket to the left-handed Brian, who's on 18. And he turns that to short, fine leg. Well judged single by Joshua Dawn, and that's what you want to see more of. If he having trouble, Brian, he's 19 of 48 deliveries. The run rate is well and truly over sixes now required by West Indies. They need to emulate Sri Lanka.
Still think it's
and
manageable.
rotate the strike. They can't find the boundaries.
I think it is still manageable. So they're still within a hunt.
Dawn, one of the leading run scorers.
Just want to see Dawn get that stride out. You know, he just comfortably just sometimes relax, and that has been his downfall so far. It's got to be as tight as possible. Get that stride out.
Turned into the mid-wicket area for a single. Dawn moves on to 2. 63 for 3. We're in over number 15. Field just swaps over for the left-handed Brian. Navadia will come round the wicket. Plays that straight back to the bowler, no run.
He's bowling stump to stump, Terry. Variation of his deliveries, mixing up his pace. So Brian is going to have to be on the money. Forced away into the onside.
Better. No. Rotating the strike.
One thing they've done, Terry, is that they've worked out that they're not going to flight the ball to Brian, so they're bowling the ball into the surface, forcing him.
Yeah, to work with the pace on offer. He moves on to 20. Dawn is on 2 after 15 overs in pursuit of 288 to win. West Indies under 19's 64 for 3. Change at the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. It's going to be Hina Tigala. Left arm spinner who's had a pretty reasonable series with the ball. 6 wickets, I believe he's taken. Let's check that. 7 wickets at 19.28, including a fourfer. He'll be bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Brian. Plays this defensively. And 2 dot balls to start the over. So we haven't seen leading wicket taker as yet in Akash. He's miles out in front on 15 wickets. Closest one to him is a bunch of them on 7. Used his feet this time, Brian, and lofts it over mid-off into the boundary for 4. Much better looking shot by Brian. Moves on to 24. Good use of the feet that time to the left arm spinner. So 68 for 3, we're in over number 16. Takala just losing his run-up. There's going to be a change in field. They're going to take or swap the cover point and the mid-off. Cover point point or sweeping on the boundary. Mid-off remains inside the 30-yard circle.
Trying to put a taller man.
I like the idea that he's kept him in and started with him inside the circle, and
But-
even though he was lofted over the top,
But he's
kept him in.
But he's pulled his length back, so that's why. It's going to be a sort of cat and mouse situation.
Beats him on that occasion through to the keeper.
This is where Brian now is going to have to be responsible. He's going to have to dig deep. Look at the variations of the delivery. Good single. Needs to get to his crease anyhow. Don't come off like Imad was him the other night. Overcome Stone then. You know he'd be fine, Terry, if I was the coach, and I sure.
Fine, I thought he was going to shoot him.
Our coaches, trust me, he got real mad, man.
Yeah,
He was,
and kept it going too.
because it's just small.
Well, like his
Mistakes
reply,
like
though,
that,
Matt.
you know?
Everybody makes a mistake. Of course, that was the third time I made the same mistake.
Yeah, you have to humble him, man. Come on, you almost gave away Falcons getting. You're the leader, you know, and you're doing that. Come on. But it just shows that we.
Some of these things, though, the
all
players
human.
say. I remember back in the day, we got Greg Chappell 7 ducks in a row, and he said at a press conference one time, he said, "It's not that I'm batting badly, it's just that I keep going out." Driven past the bowler, they'll just pick up a single, so one more to Brian. He moves on to 26-70 for 3. We're in over number 17.
Lovely on drive there by Brian. Nice use of the feet.
Well, he's using his feet a lot more now, yes.
Yeah, well, we saw him the first time, Terry, and I told you I liked him. Out of everybody on the West Indies team, he's the only player I see that has made his mind up. And that's what you look for if you understand cricket. Those are the things that you're looking for. I think Dawn could have done a lot better with that, Terry. There's vast acres of land. Knock that ball down the ground, get 2 runs quite easily. It's just too easy. Break that wrist. Make that fielder run.
Again, hits it straight to short mid-wickets. Another dot. 218 more required of 200 deliveries. And again, straight to short mid-wicket. Navodia keeping things tight. Last ball of his 5th over coming up. This time forces it through the onside. Picks up the single, so Dawn will keep the strike. He moves on to 3. Brian is on 26, and after 17 overs, West Indies under 19s, a 71 for 3. Hina Tagala, slow left armour. Continue from this, the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Bowling gonna come around the wicket to the right-handed Joshua Dawn. He's got a long on, long off, deep backwards square, and sweeper on the cover point boundary. Into Dawn now and beats him. Dawn just surprised by Bit of extra bounce there from Hina Tagala. This time he tries to play the paddle sweep. I don't think he made connection, but it's gone past everybody. Good chase. Flick back at the rope, and they take 2. Did he get anything on it?
I think he got it on the edge.
Yes.
I think that's what saved him.
So he moves on to 5, 73 for 3, and over number 18. Played nicely all the way along the ground up to long on by Dawn for a easy single. Hina Tagala, left arm over the wicket now to the left-handed Brian. Brian could only defend that out into the offside, no run. Uses his feet again, lofts it straight down the ground into the boundary for 4. Can't catch it straight. Moves on to 30, 78 for 3.
Are you sure about that?
Well, you shouldn't.
Oh, okay. just in you.
The change in the field brought the cover point into the circle, dropped back the mid-wicket. That's exactly where Brian turns that one for a single. And it brings the over to an end. So after 18 overs, West Indies under-19s in pursuit of 288 to win. A 79 for 3. Tyreek Bryan is on 31 and Captain Dawn is on 6. Tarusha Novodia will continue. About to start his 6th over, around the wicket to the left-handed Brian. Peels off the outer portion of bat, beats backward point. It's better run in, they pick up 2. So Brian just starting to find his groove, 33 now of 62. Score goes on to 81 for 3 and over number 19. Again, just nudges that forward or backward point for an easy single.
Is there ever an easy single, Terry?
Well, as easy as they would come. On this very pleasant Friday afternoon, so if you're knocking off work early and you're in Antigua, come out to North Sound, so Vivian Richards Stadium, watch the stars, future stars of tomorrow in action.
I need to stop giving you a hard time, man.
I get a hard time no matter where I am, no matter where I go.
I need to be in your good books, you know. And right now I'm not in your good books at all.
Dawn continues to have a look. 6 from 13. Faces Novodia. That one, he gets it through the cover region for another comfortable single. Vodia back around the wicket to the left-handed Brian. Dabs that into the onside, over complete. 83 for 3 after 19. Brian is on 34, Dawn is on 7. So Hina Tagana out to start a new over from this is Sir Curtly Ambrose Endy be bowling to West Indies under-19's captain Joshua Dawn. Left arm up round the wicket, and that's cut and cut well past the backward point. Sweeper comes round, restricts the scoring to 2. Dawn moves on to 9. 85 for 3 West Indies under-19s in over number 20. Dawn is the key, you would think, for West Indies under-19s. They take off for a quick single this time, and they get home. Come off the inner portion of the bat to backward square. Good call by Brian. They put on 30, these two, for the 4th wicket thus far. As I say, you feel that if West Indies are going to get close to this 288, and Captain Dawn has been in fine form. 2 half centuries so far in the series. As I say, one of the leading run scorers. Use of the feet again by Brian.
Almost outsmarted him, Terry, but he
He
made
did.
the adjustment.
Yes.
The ball just tipping down on him. Well played there by Brian. He's not afraid to use his feet at all.
Hina Tagala around the wicket to the right-handed Dawn. Clips this nicely through the mid-wicket region. Another single. Yes, 32 they've put on so far for the 4th wicket of 40 deliveries. Staying around the wicket to the left-handed Brian, and almost loses his balance. But a wide call down the leg side. He almost lost his balance. Keeper was there waiting to remove the bails. This one dabbed into the offside to complete the over. So after 20 overs, West Indies under-19s, 89 for 3. Brian is on 35 and Dawn is on 11. Good little steadying partnership this between Brian and Dawn. And it looks like for the first time today we're going to have the leading wicket taker of the series, leg spinner Akash. He has been the nemesis of West Indies batsmen, 3 fourfers in 5 matches. He's taken 15 wickets at 8.6. And as we said earlier, there's 3 other bowlers, Shaquan Bell, Jakeem Pollard and Chamika Hina Tagala, all on 7 wickets. Closest one to him. 15 wickets at 8.6. Phenomenal series he is having in. He'll come in from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Bang on target, driven back to the bowler by Dawn, no run. So we're in over number 21, 89 for 3, 199 more required by West Indies under 19s. That one turned into the onside, can't beat the short mid-wicket. Hurries on to the batsman, does Akash. Comes in again to Dawn. Dawn is punching this through the cover region. A sweeper comes round. Fires back the return. They pick up 1. Dawn goes on to 12. 90 for 3. Brings Tariq Bryan back on strike. It's on 35. Field just swapping round for the left-handed Bryan. Akash is going to stay over the wicket. Brings up his long off, drops back his fine leg as Bryan intelligently just drops it into the onside. Goes through for the single. 91 for 3.
Good thing about it is that Brian does not sweep. Well, I haven't seen him bring out the broom as yet. What he does, he tends to just deflect the ball into those areas, more like a Larry Gomes, typical left-handers who just work the ball in that area. Don't know if he has that in his genre as well too.
Looking for 2 this time. I have to hurry. Oh, big appeal. Not out. So good hustling there by Dawn. He had to hurry. Pushed it through the cover region. Sweeper came around. We look at it again. Yes, good decision. I think he's on. Had to get the dive out though. It was a good return right over the top of the stumps.
I think simply because on the first one, Terry, he slipped, and that's what happened to him. That's why he ended up having to get on the fast levers very quickly. Did so expertly.
Interesting. Made an adjustment in the field though, taking the slip out. Put him there very close at backward point. That's gone through everything. And everybody, they'll take a bye.
Keeper caught napping there for a moment.
You're still thinking about the run-out chance.
Yeah,
good delivery though, come back through.
Yeah, he was caught napping, was caught on his heels there. Needed to be right in with that one.
Overdone, 21 completed. 94 for 3 West Indies under 19s. Brian is on 36, Dawn is on 14. Require another 194 in 174 deliveries.
Been a busy year for cricket, Terry. Coming up, the Cricket West Indies Super 50, Leeward Islands proposing also to have a tournament in St. Kitts and Nevis.
Super 50, I believe, this year's in
Trinidad and Tobago. I hope we can make that team. Mohammed think we can?
Yeah, we'll go and stay at Mohammed's place. Hina Tagala starts a new over. Around the wicket to the right-handed Dawn. He plays it with soft hands into the offside. Takes the single.
Sure, 360 will be bringing almost all of the matches during that period of time. We'll be covering those games.
As this coverage is coming to you, compliments of Cricket 360 via the Windies Cricket YouTube channel.
So good afternoon to the Wiz Jason.
Staying round the wicket to the left-handed Brian, who clips this into the mid-wicket region. Can't beat the field, no run. Big Jace, yes. Good afternoon, we miss you. Haven't seen you for a while.
We miss Mali too.
Oh, most definitely. Listen,
Still bemuses me, Terry.
Marley Richards.
Mali Richards is on none of the panels, no international panel at all, be it Women's League, CPL.
Yes,
just
not very amusing, if you ask me.
I can't get it figured out at all. But today's not that day. I'll have a forum on that day. Maybe Monday I'll come back and deal with that, Terry.
These two are put on 40, make that 41, and they're turning the strike over extremely well.
So I guess we're getting a rotation of what happened when Sri Lanka were batting first.
Exactly. Giving them a bit of a taste of their own medicine, but they need to, because this run rate required 6.74. You wouldn't want to get too far over sevens if they can maintain it under that. Doing exactly what they're doing at the moment. They're still in with a big chance, especially with Captain Dawn at the crease. Gone along quietly to 16 off 24, 37 off 71 as Brian. But he's come into his own in this last half an hour of play or so, especially since he's been joined by his skipper. 22 overs being completed. West Indies under-19s are 98 for 3. Brian is on 38, Dawn is on 16.
For 2.
Wow.
302 for 2. Phil Salt not out. And 146. Oh my. Harry Brook made 41 from 21 balls. Bethel scored 26. Butler 83. Ooh. 304 for 2. How does one team make 304 for 2? South Africa used 6 bowlers. Rabada went 0 for 70. Johnson 0 for 60. Williams 0 for 62. It was a beating, Terry.
Not yet. They still have to bat. They might get 303.
You just never know. I don't know if South Africa plays like that anyhow, but hey, stranger things have happened.
Yeah, but if that had happened against us, they would have called our bowlers for everything. Anyway, back to the action here. Akash will continue from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Almost a leading edge there by Brian. Keeps it out.
Almost turned him right around there, Brian. He's going to have to be very careful. He's going to have to stay low to the ball, especially to Akash. And he's going to have to be tight in defense. That's for sure.
And he swept that straight up in the air. Just gets away with it. Should the keeper have continued on there with the gloves, I wonder? He started off going for it.
He was in no man's land.
Just out of the reach of Captain Dinsara. But this is what happens when Akash has got the ball. He makes you play every delivery. gets some turn. He rushes the batsman. Brian survives, moves on to 39, 99 for 3. Dawn back on strike. And that's the 100 up for West Indies under-19s. Plays that through mid-wicket for a single. So 100 for 3 and over number 23. Dawn moves on to 17, 188 more required in 165 deliveries.
But if you listen to this, Terry, I'll come back to that. I'll give you a further update. Lovely shot.
Straight. This time by Brian. Rather wild return. Well gathered by wicket-keeper Fernando.
204 for 2, Terry. Run rate of 15.20. They hit 30 boundaries and 18 sixes. Extras were 13, 8 wides. Salt 141 of 60 balls with 15 fours and 8 sixes.
Where are they playing?
Does it matter?
I'm just wondering.
They're playing in England.
Yeah, but
Manchester.
okay.
They're playing in Manchester. They had 100, Terry, of 10 overs. When you get a slashing like that, Terry, what do? The power play, the first 10 overs, Terry, in fact, the power play, Terry, first 6 overs, they had 100 runs. Jeez. That is really some serious ball striking. But Terry thinks that South Africa can rebound. So let's wait and see what's going to be happening in that contest.
But here, more importantly, 101 for 3 after 23 as that is cut through. Point for 4. Good looking shot that time by Brian. Back, used the depth of the crease, stayed over the ball.
Miss that one, Kadir. Could just flick it up for me quickly.
Maybe up to 44, 105 for 3 and over number 24. Ina Tagala staying around the wicket to the left-hander. Good bit of fielding off his own bowling.
No, he has to keep concentrating, Terry. Tyreek Byron. He's batted 77 balls. Got to keep going. He's got to bat as deep as possible. Could see him getting a little frustrated. I think his muscles are being tested now. His right foot is not coming out to the pitch of the ball. He's not dancing anymore. It's all in his mind. He's got to dig deep. I think what has happened is his hands may be starting to cramp up now, Terry. You could see him every minute lunging over, bending over. Maybe it's a long time he hasn't batted this long. It's a science.
Hina Tagala's fought back well, 4 off the first boundary, 4 dots after that.
He just needs to knock that ball down the ground. He doesn't need to try anything fancy. Just turn those hips and work that ball, hit that ball down the ground. Beautiful. That's all he has to do. Yeah.
And that
he's getting weak, Terry. You could see that. You could see his hand, his top hand.
That brings up the 50 partnership between these two in Dawn and Brian. At the end of over number 24, 106 for 3. West Indies under-19s in pursuit of 288 to win.
Conversation taking place. I think Don just saying to him, you got to bat through this pain. It's maybe not batted this amount of balls maybe for a very long time. It's going to take a test of concentration now. It's going to have to, if he likes batting, he has to dig deep. Brian approaching a half century. Dot ball again. Has to get that big stride out, get that bat out, and punch the ball straight down on the ground. He's got to lead with his head on his shoulders. Very important for him. He's got to keep batting, keep talking to himself. Everything is in his mind. He's got to come to this pain period. Akash. Looking to go for an extravagant shot. No need for that. Looking for power. Just knock the ball into the gap and get a single. Get off strike. Get onto the non-strikers end. Let the captain do the work.
Trying to steer that. Doesn't make contact. 4 dot balls by Akash.
Dawn is saying to him, just put
play
the
up
ball
the
right
way.
into the gap. Yes. Trying to get fancy. Those are get out shots. You gotta slip.
Especially to someone like Akash. If he gets one, he
Just
normally gets a handful.
pick up the line of the ball. Keep batting. Keep batting. This is going to be a test here for Brian. Can he come through this period?
Again, right on the money. 5 dots.
But Brian has to tell himself, Terry, it is okay to defend the ball. Nothing is wrong with that. The most important thing is that you are there. Akash making him wait.
Yeah, dropping the mid-off back to long on, bringing the fine leg inside the circle. Takes the leading edge almost straight to short extra cover.
Maiden over.
Maiden over. 106 for 3 after 25.
I think the second of the game. Joshua Dawn himself would have bowled one within his spell. And his spell yielding 10 overs, 1 maiden, 36 runs, 2 wickets. So he's got the most wickets for the day. Dawn just reminding Brian, it's all in your mind. You got to bat, you got to keep batting. Just stay with me and we can win this game. But I could see Dawn is trying to stay confident with Brian. But Brian, you could see his muscles, Terry, beginning to feel weak, feel tired. This game called cricket is a hard game, Terry. You got to rest your body mentally and physically. You
Change
also
of
have to
bowler.
look.
From this, the circuit, the Ambrose end. Chamadita, slow left arm, replacing fellow slow left arm, Hina Tagala. Round the wicket to the right-handed Dawn, who plays it back to the bowler, no run. So 106 for 3. The start of the 26th, 182 more required in 149 deliveries. Dawn trying to force that through cover region. He'd take a single out to the sweeper on the cover point boundary.
Yeah, pace, the lack of pace there from that delivery from Shamadita. Brian comes back into strike. They're making him wait. They're starving him. He's maybe thinking about that half century. Just got to keep batting. Just keep batting. Played around that one, Terry.
We did.
He's been there for some time, so he'll be seeing the ball as big as a breadfruit.
Should. Gets his 46th run, 108 for 3 and over number 26.
He's getting restless. You could see him on the non-strikers end. Rather than just relaxing himself, just needs to relax himself. That's beautifully bowled. Dawn in 2 minds.
Coming with the, drifted in with the wind there.
Yeah. These have been very good lines here so far by the left arm spinner from the circuit Ambrose end. He's automatically taking pace off the ball, and he's saying to the West Indian batsman, if you want to go, you go. Brian needs to get to his crease. He's getting tired. You could see his body language. He's getting itchy. His face,
88
88 balls.
He's 4 away from a half century. It will be his first for this series if he gets there. He gets there with a sweep high over backward square for 6.
Well played.
Brings up his half century, moves on to 52 of 89 deliveries.
5 fours and 1 6, a strike rate of 58.43, something he'll have to work on. But it was almost like a release shot for him. But he'll remember this for a very long time. In the maroon colors, Dawn just reminding him the job is not done yet. He's got to keep batting, Terry.
So 115 for 3. West Indies under 19s after 26 overs. Cash will continue from the Sir Andy Roberts end, bowling to Dawn. Plays this to short mid-wicket and there's no run. Cash, miserly as ever, 3 overs prior to this, no wicket for 7. This one's played past the short extra cover, wide of long off. They take a single, moves Dawn on to 20, 116 for 3 in the 27th. Brings Brian back on strike, he's on 52. They've added some 60 runs now for this 4th wicket, keeping West Indies under 19s in the game. And that's taken the leading edge from Brian, lob straight into the hands of the short extra cover. Akash strikes again. And Brian has to go for 52. West Indies under 19s lose their 4th. The partnership is broken. We just watched that again. Akash staying over the wicket to the left-hander. He looked to turn that into the onside. Takes the leading edge and lobs straight into the hands of the short extra cover fielder. That breaks the partnership, which was worth exactly 60. 116 for 4. West Indies under 19s in over number 27. You did, as Vernon said, he was looking tired, and that one was a lazy shot, trying to turn that into the onside.
So, I was talking to you, Terry, and I was telling you about the body language. Brian, his 50 came off he batted for 116 minutes. And in the end, as you really saw, soft dismissal, he got tired. Batted for 117 minutes, 52. 90 balls, 5 fours, 1 6. That's what we're talking about, Terry, in terms of the mind and how many balls he would have maybe faced for a very long time. Maybe that might have been one of the longest times that he would have maybe batted all season.
Another wicket to Akash. He's 16th, brings Brendan Boodoo to the crease.
Terry, I might have gone different. How many overs gone?
This is the 27th.
I think I would have sent Vinland instead. That's just my option.
Defended back to the bowler by Boodoo.
You need somebody right now to kind of just put the counteract back on the Sri Lankan team. Seeing Vinland coming out, it would have been a whole different mindset. change up the whole fortunes of the game. Buddha is going to take some time to get himself going.
Ender successful over there for Akash. West Indies at the end of the 27th, 116 for 4. Buddha was just joined his captain Joshua Dawn, who's on 20. And the asking rate is up to almost 7.5 and over. 6 wickets remaining. Everything on the shoulders of Dawn, you would suspect. Chamadita will continue. Slow left arm. Coming around the wicket to the right-handed Dawn. 2 right-handers at the crease now for West Indies. Bowling from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end of the ground. Dawn plays this quietly up to a long on. Picks up another 1. He moves to 21. 117 for 4 in over number 28.
South Africa, Terry, 26 without loss in 2 overs.
There you go.
You,
I'm not sure about this one tip, though.
you enjoy this, right, Terry?
No, not really. I'm enjoying this. 2 picked up by Brendan Boodoo to get him going as he plays that just to the left of the short extra cover. So 119 for 4. Dinsana at slip, bringing the changes, putting a short fine leg to a deep backward square, and moving deep backward square around to a deep mid-wicket. Boy. Fired a return back at Fernando for no reason. He took it well enough. Shamindu. Played quietly straight to short extra cover by Boodoo. So after a partnership of 60, they need to rebuild again. 7.57 the required run rate. Strengthening the offside now. He's taken himself out of slip into cover. Put the short extra cover a bit straighter. So he's almost got 2 short extra covers for Boodoo. And further adjustments. He's calling deep backward square. He's bringing him back into the circle into a short fine leg. Dropping mid on back to long on. Tossed up by Chamadita. Played all along the carpet by Boodoo to the long on for a single. Moves on to 3. 120 for 4. At the end of the 28th. There, this Dinsara, though, does play on the minds of the opposition. He likes to tweak his field and keep the batsman waiting. There's nothing wrong with that. All part of the game.
It's all about mind games.
Exactly.
And they certainly played mind games on Tyreek Byron.
So Boodoo is on strike, facing Akash. Played straight back to the bowler, and there's no run.
This is Boodoo's 5th over, right?
Boodoo's Akash's 5th, yeah.
Sorry, Akash.
Yeah.
Sorry. Boodoo is just going to have to start all over. He's going to have to get on his bike sooner rather than later.
Yes, they can't keep playing, or allowing Sri Lanka to apply the pressure with these dot balls. He's 3 off 10. Dawn is 21 off 34. 168 required in 130. 7.75 is the asking rate. They go through for a quick single this time. Ricochets off the keeper's pads and they'll pick up 2. A bit sloppy there by the Sri Lankans. So 2 more to Boodoo. He goes on to 5. 122 for 4 in over number 29. Over the wicket to the right-handed Boodoo. Plays that nicely to the cover region. Sweeper comes in. Pick up another 1. 124 for 4. Boodoo moves to 6. Sorry, 123 for 4. Joshua Dawn back on strike. He's been starved of it of late, but plays that very nicely up to long on for a single. Moves on to 22. Boodoo on strike to Akash. Again, Insara moving himself from slip to backward point. Big appeal by Akash. Oh, he was convinced.
I think that
as
was
they normally are.
I think that was a full ball, Terry. Landed on his boot.
Well, he was convinced. Umpire says not out. End of the over. I had 29. We'll look at the replay.
Let's look at this. Akash.
Ooh.
Full delivery, Terry.
Up out.
Missing.
Going down leg.
Good decision. But again, Boodoo is going to have to be very careful. You have to open up if you want to play that ball. You're going to turn your hips. And your left foot have to be pointing down to mid-on. If you want to play that ball. That's why Akash thought that he had gone through. Might have been a different proposition if we had DRS. Just never know. But we don't for this series. But they will in the World Cup. And that's where the test will come, Terry.
Hina Tagala to continue. Turned it nicely by Dawn. Through mid-wicket for another single. So we're into over number 30. 125 for 4. Dawn has moved on to 23. Boodoo back on strike. He's on 6. Hina Tagala around the wicket to the right-handed Boodoo. Plays that soft hands, steers it down to short third man, but there's no run. Advances this time. Hina Tagala sees him coming. All he can do. Let's keep it out. Boodoo knows he's got to get the scoreboard continually ticking over it. He doesn't want to do anything rash. Sweeps that, but straight to short, fine leg, who's rather wide there inside the circle. Lofts it straight to long on. You could see that happening. Boodoo gone, getting a bit twitchy there, realizing that the run rate is almost up to 8 per over. Hits it straight down long on's throat. Hina Tagala picks up his first. West Indies under-19s lose their 5th. Simple catch taken down there on the long on boundary. They lose their fifth. Boodoo is gone, and it's 125 for 5. As we take a water break, do we? No. Umpires just swapping notes. So 125 for 5 with 1 ball to go in over number 30. Run rate now is over 8, 8.08 required, 163 off 121, and you could just see Boodoo is getting a bit anxious there and trying to keep the scoreboard ticking over. Dawn hasn't really been able to get going, but you always sense that when he's at the crease, very elegant batsman in form. But just the 23 of 36. Anyway, Jonathan Van Lang is the new batsman. He faces Hina Tagala and defends that off the back foot. Back to the bowler to complete the over. So after 30 overs, West Indies under 19s, 125 for 5. And that is in pursuit of 288 for victory.
So, gripping game here, 30 overs bowled. And Sri Lanka. West Indies will need 288 to win at a required rate of 5.76 runs per over. And Tyreek Bryan, he's been the top scorer so far, 52 off 90 balls, 117 minutes at the crease, 5 fours, 1 6. And they need 163 from 120 balls. It's a big ask, but it's not impossible. Van Lan has shown his potential throughout this series, that he is quite capable of taking the game away. So he'll be looking to back himself. Scored 83 off 94 balls, 6 fours, 1 6. But we have pace back in the conversation for Sri Lanka. Dawn will be on strike. Gets the ball middle and leg and just stands up straight and works it into the square leg area. The fielder firing in. Sri Lanka fired up. Gets a single. Now brings Jonathan Van Lan to face his second delivery. He takes everything off, his gloves. Apparently he was just there in the dugout relaxing himself, just tying his shoelaces. Getting himself reorganized again. Required run rate is 8.17. Talking about birthdays, I want to wish Trent Sargent from St. Kitts and Nevis a very happy Earth Day. Van Lan takes a middle stump guard now. Some would say he's on a long knot. Goes back and steers it out into the offside. He's off and running, Van Lan. There's just something about this young man. He's got some potential. And he maybe could be a name that we maybe need to pencil in once he gets to play, because we penciled in Isaiah Thorne and he seems to have gone off the radar. Ashwin Ned now seems to be going off the radar as well too. Wide delivery. Try and drag down delivery there, trying to bowl as wide as possible to Dawn. We got so much talent in the Caribbean, but how we are managing the talent is a different ball game. You just wonder if the people in the backroom staff really have a clue and understand in terms of what's happening and how they can be able to take some of these young players to the next level. Isaiah Thorne is a name by now we thought would have been already playing for the West Indies. Oh, that's called for 4 byes. Now this is irresponsible here. That was not needed. What has happened here, Terry?
I'm not quite sure, but a very wide delivery and a bit of sloppy fielding the previous
Keeper couldn't get
ball
there.
as well. Why did they take a cash off? You see, this is what I say with ODI. You get yourself into a strong position, a chance of claiming victory well inside the 50 overs. You leading wicket taker, you keep him on. Just got the breakthrough.
Yeah, this over has been a very torrid over so far.
Nimsara in again to Van Lang. He punches that into the cover region for a single. He moves on to 2. Dawn is still there. While Dawn is still there, West Indies will still believe. It's a big, tall order with 5 wickets remaining. 153 more required. Run rate required has gone up to 7.85. 153 and 117 deliveries. Nimsara into Dawn. Dawn is turning that backward of square for another single. Even though he's carried this little niggle of his since the second match. Joshua Dawn. Jonathan Van Lang, I should say, hasn't had a bad series. 161 runs at 40.25, including 150 to drive that through the cover region. Catches the under half of the bat. Another dot delivery. Nimsara, medium pacer, right arm medium pacer. 1 ball left in his 5th over. 1 for 30 he's taken so far. Comes in now to Van Lang. Hits this through the cover region, out to the sweeper. They take a single off the last ball. So after 31 overs, West Indies under 19s, 137 for 5. Dawn is on 25 and Van Lang is on 3. So last of the recognised batsmen, you would say. Van Lang at the crease, Ali Budu, Shaquan Bell, Aidan Racha and Jakeem Pollard to follow. Hina Tagala will continue. He's bowled 6 overs. No maidens, 1 for 29. Cash was pulled out after 5 over spell. 1 maiden, 1 for 12. Hina Tagala to Van Lang. Driving that all the way along the carpet up to a long off. Trot through for a single. 138 for 5 and over number 32. Still need 150 more, just below 8 and over. Dawn looking to turn that backward of square. Called wide by the umpire. 1 more to the total. 139 for 5. Tagala round the wicket to Dawn. I need to defend this into the offside. Van Lang trots up to his captain. A word of encouragement. Places this between the backward point and short extra cover for a single as Dawn moves on to 26, 140 for 5. Appeal for LBW, but it was heading down leg. Cleaned up by the keeper, so no run. Watch the replay. Walked across his stumps, but definitely heading down leg. Would have missed leg stump. Clipped through square leg by Van Lang. They look for 2 and make it quite comfortably. So 2 more to Van Lang. He moves on to 6, 142 for 5. 1 ball left at the 32nd over. Van Lang again looks for the big shot. Under edge of the bat. Out through mid-wicket for a single. So he will keep the strike. And after 32 overs, West Indies under-19s in pursuit of 288 to win, 143 for 5. Captain Joshua Dawn on 26. Jonathan Van Lang is on 7. Players will take a water break. We'll take a break on Cricket 360, coming to you via the Windies YouTube. Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium as leading wicket taker Akash back into the attack from the Sir Andy Roberts end. He's into his 6th over, 1 for 12, his figures so far. Bowling to Van Lang, who's on 7. And goes for the big one, gets good connection, high, wide, handsome over the mid-wicket boundary for a much-needed 6 there by powerfully built Van Lang. That was a good blow and a much-needed blow for West Indies under-19s. They move on to 149 for 5. Van Lang moves on to 13. 139 more required, just under 8 runs per over, 105 deliveries remaining. Cash in again to Van Lang. Trying to force that one off the back foot. Straight to short extra cover, and there's no run. Cash in again to Van Lang, and again he goes for a repeat dose through the mid-wicket area. Doesn't make contact. And the last ball is played straight back to the bowler. So over number 33 comes to an end. West Indies under-19s 149 for 5. Dawn is on 26. Van Lang is on 13. And that means they need 139 in 102 deliveries, with 5 wickets remaining. Look like we're going. Hina Tagala is going to continue from this Sir Curtly Ambrose end. He's bowled 7 overs so far. No maidens, 1 for 35. Be bowling to West Indies captain Joshua Dawn. Left armour round the wicket to the right-handed batsman, who just knocks it into the mid-wicket area for another single. As the 150 comes up for West Indies under-19s, 150 for 5 in over number 34. Dawn 27 off 41, still happy to keep the singles ticking over. Van Lang looking to be a bit more aggressive. He goes again, trying to slog sweep that over mid-wicket, catches the underside of the bat, runs out to square leg, and there's no run. That time he plays it a lot straighter, up to long on. Restricts the scoring to a single, so 1 more to Van Lang. He moves on to 14. Just the 17 deliveries face, 151 for 5. Over number 34. End of this over. Sri Lanka will be able to choose which ball they decide to keep. That's swept nicely by Dawn, and good fielding. Excellent fielding out there on the cover point boundary. The sweeper had a lot of ground to make up. It was good connection by Dawn down the sweep shot, backward of square, and he timed the dive perfectly. Picked it up back on his feet, threw it back in one action. They pick up 2. Dawn moves to 29, faces Hina Tagala. 1 through the cover area this time for 1. The partnership worth 29 off 24 for the 6th wicket. Need these two to carry it as deep as possible. And turned nicely by Van Lang through mid-wicket for another single to complete the over. So at the end of 34 overs, West Indies under-19s 154 for 5. Dawn is on 30, Van Lang is on 14. Required rate now over 8.38, 134 more required in 96 deliveries for West Indies under-19s. They choose the ball, roll the other one off the ground to the third umpire. New laws now in 50 over cricket. Used to use the 2 balls, 1 from each end. Now the bowling team gets a choice of which ball they're going to keep after the completion of 34 overs. Leading edge straight down, long off throat, and he puts it down. Well, Akash won't be happy with that. Van Lang again trying to pull the ball, was short enough to pull, but he's hitting against the spin, tried to pull it through the mid-wicket area, caught the leading edge, flew down to long off, puts it down. Clipped by Dawn backward of square for another single. He moves on to 31, 156 for 5 in over number 35. Brings Van Lang back on strike. Captain Dawn just having a word with him, saying pick your delivery. Cash to Van Lang, hits it firmly but straight to extra cover, and there's no run. Scoreboard just needs to update on our screen. Again he goes for the big hoik through mid-wicket, catches the underside of the bat, rolls down to fine leg. They pick up 2. 158 for 5. Van Lang moves on to 17. Van Lang hits this high and clears long on. 6 more. Will they rue that missed opportunity with the first ball of this over? Van Lang trying to take the challenge up to the Sri Lankans. Moves on to 24, 165 for 5. Oh, was that half a chance? That bounced. Tried to cut it away. Past the keeper. No, it was a bye. So no edge on that one to complete the over. So after 35 overs, West Indies under-19s hanging in there. 167 for 5. Van Lang moves to 26 off just the 23. Dawn 31. 121 now required of 90 deliveries. Still a touch over 8s per over. But the hard-hitting Van Lang remains. Akash has now bowled 7 overs. 1 maiden, 1 for 30. Should have had Van Lang in that previous over. Straight down, long off's throat. Put it down. Will it prove costly? Only time will tell here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. We're going to have a change of bowler at this, the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Hina Tagala, 8 overs, no maidens, 1 for 41, has been replaced by fellow slow left arm spinner Chamadita. Bowls to Dawn. Dawn tries to force that through the cover region. Captain Dinsara does well at short extra cover, no run. Chamadita around the wicket and Dawn beautifully over mid-wicket for 6. A nice controlled sweep shot there by Captain Dawn. So they're laying down the gauntlet to the Sri Lankan spinners. It's the third 6 in 3 overs since the water break. Dawn moves on to 37, 173 for 5 in over number 36. It's good batting and just knocking it into the onside. Takes the single. 114 required in 87 deliveries. Jonathan Van Lang back on strike. He's on 24 off 23. Plays that firmly, but straight to short extra cover. No run. A hand to it does Chamadita, but they scamper through for a single. So one more to Van Lang. He moves on to 25. That brings up the 50 partnership for the 6th wicket between Dawn and Van Lang. 50 off 36 deliveries. Played through the mid-wicket area. In the gap, there's hesitation. This is going to be run out. He's run out at the bowler's end. No. Well. There was hesitation, stop, start, and the umpire says that he's got back in. The Sri Lankans are fuming. It looked like he'd been run out, Van Lang at the bowler's end. We're just watching the replay now. It was hit into the gap and he's struggling right over the stumps, takes the bails off. I think he's out by a long way, but the umpire says not out. And as the Sri Lankans are still arguing the toss, the umpire walks over to Van Lang to see if he's okay. He's getting treatment. Very interesting. He looks like he's out by at least
he's struggling,
a foot. That's what I mean. The bails are off. He's nowhere near.
He's struggling, but the umpire is not even in the correct position either, Terry. He's behind. Look where he is.
He's behind the bowler, but
so he can't make that proper decision. He's not in position.
Well. Controversy here. The Sri Lankans were convinced, as they should have been, to the naked eye from all the way up here. It looked to be out.
He's got to be in position. He's not in position, Terry.
The umpire says not out, and Van Lang survives again. That's his second chance. Dropped when he was on.
Mohammed, just go back and
when he was
look.
on 16.
I just want to see the positioning of the umpire. Right? Because you're told that you have to be in the correct position so you can make. Look where he is. He can't make that decision. Look where he is. He's run out.
He's out by a
He's
mile.
out. He's out. He's not nowhere even close in the frame.
But even with the position he's standing, he cannot possibly not give that out. He can still see. And it's not as if he was miles away. That's unfortunately a poor decision there. But Van Lang survives. West Indies get a bit of luck. Sri Lanka need to put that out of their mind. It was the end of the over. West Indies 111 more required of 84 deliveries. They're 177 for 5 of 36. So it's going to be Novodya. So they just brought Akash back for the 1 over. Novodya gets a hand on that, knocks it down, no run. He's bowling to Van Lang, who's on 25. Dawn is on 40. And he hits it on the full, back towards the ball. He hit it with power, couldn't react quickly enough. They get a single, does Van Lang. He moves on to 26. 178 for 5 in over number 37. Brings Captain Dawn back on strike. He is on 40. And that is cut beautifully through the point region into the boundary for 4. Lovely looking shot there by Joshua Dawn. Moves on to 44. As we say, while he remains, West Indies under-19s will still believe. They move on to 182 for 5. We're in over number 37. 106 more required in 81 deliveries. 5 wickets remain. Novodya in again. Can't beat Coverfield this time, Dawn. Remains on 45. 5 away from his 3rd half century. He's the leading run scorer in the series now. That is hit firmly through the mid-wicket area. Sweeper coming round. Long on coming round. They just cut it off. 2 more to Dawn. Again, hits that up to long on for a single. Over completed. He moves on to 47. 185 for 5 after 37 overs. So 103 now required of the last 13 overs. 5 wickets remain. Controversy in the last over from this to Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Hina Tagala going for the 2nd run. Return came in from long on boundary. And Van Lang looked to be short of his ground. Umpire had other ideas as Hina Tagala round the wicket, a big sweep, big appeal. Not out. Come a long way across his stumps did Dawn. Missed the sweep shot. Have a look at this one again, Vaughn. Probably hit him outside the line, I'd say.
I'm not too sure about that, Terry.
True, and he was falling over everywhere.
He was crouching. He was bending there in that process. But I guess I'm the armchair umpire, so I will just keep quiet.
Single off the next delivery. Dawn moves on to 48, brings Van Lang back on strike. He's on 26, 186 for 5 in over number 38, sorry. Hit firmly all the way along the carpet.
This has been an excellent series, Terry. And the last thing you really want is it to be marred by any controversies. I mean, we saw
definitely
even the game before, Van Lan, the short delivery, which brushed his glove.
Yes.
Again, the same umpire not giving him out.
Yes.
Was a similar situation again happening again today.
But that run out, it was pretty poor. I mean, only doing their job and trying to do it the best of their ability, but you could see clearly, even though the bowler, he was behind the bowler, he was close enough, and you could see that the batsman wasn't even in the frame. Hit aerial down to long on, beats the fielder into the boundary, 4 more to Van Lang, moves on to 31. So he's making the most of his opportunities, that's for sure. And these two are keeping West Indies in the hunt. 96 now required. 192 for 5, 1 ball to go in the 38th. Van Lang 31. Dawn is on 49. 96 off 73. And this one played firmly, but straight back to the bowler to complete the over. So at the end of 38 overs, West Indies under 19s in pursuit of 288 for victory, a 192 for 5. Van Lang is on 31 and Dawn is on 49, which means they need 96 more in 72 deliveries at exactly a required rate of 8 runs per over. These two came together with a score on 125 for 5. Now 196 for 5. They've had their luck. Sri Lanka have had their chances. So far, partnership has yielded some 71 runs. Navodia.
South Africa being blown away, Terry. 118 for 6.
Wow. Navodia will continue from the Sir Andy Roberts end, bowling to Dawn, and Dawn is getting that up to long off for a single to bring up his 50. Well played, young man. 50 off 56 deliveries. 1-4-1-6. The mainstay of the West Indies batting, his 3rd half century of the series. Of course, he is the leading run scorer. Again, looking to pinch a single. Dawn having to dive back into his crease. No pressure on out there in the middle at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. 194 for 5 in over number 39. Required rate back over 8s, 8.29. They've been going around about 5s all innings. Dawn 50 off 58. Can he step it up enough here? See his team over the line as he pushes that one up to long on. Easy single. 195 for 5. Partnership. 70 now. 125 they came together at, so they put on 70 unbroken as Van Lang back into the attack, and that is thumped straight over long on for 6 more to Van Lang. He moves to 43.
So it bemused me, Terry, when you look around and yes, folks can make a mistake and folks can, in an error in judgment, but can't be so consistent, can't be so blatant in the context. That incident is just taking the sting out of the entire game. Van Lan sort of limping, more or less, but still fighting on as a soldier.
Yes, but Sri Lanka, they had the chance to dismiss Van Lang with a pretty simple catch at long off before that run-out decision. So as I say, they have to put it behind them. Still a match to be played, still a match to be won. 200 comes up for West Indies under-19s. They're 202 for 5 in over number 40. 86 more required of 65 deliveries. Van Lang on strike. He's on 38 of 32. Pushes that back to the bowler. Dives across. This could be yet another match in this exciting series that goes down the wire. Uses his feet beautifully and places that wide over, long off for 6 more. He's taking the game away from the Sri Lankans at the moment. Moves on to 44, 208 for 5, halfway through the 40th. This one strums straight back to Chamadita, does his own fielding. Chamadita staying around the wicket to the right-handed Van Lang. Gets it on the full. Just be the single out to the sweeper on the cover point boundary. Moves on to 45. Captain Dawn back on strike. 52. 209 for 5. And as we keep saying, West Indies will keep believing, especially while Dawn is still at the crease. He goes for the big one and couple of bounces into the mid-wicket boundary. 4 more to end the over. So after 40 overs, West Indies under-19s move on to 213 for 5. Dawn is on 56, Van Langer's on 45.
And the lower house is meeting. Final power play coming up. And Sri Lanka just gonna maybe make themselves believe that, hey, we just need one. If we get one, we can get two. One becomes two, two becomes three.
Exactly.
And
What's past is past. They thought they had the game wrapped up. But some good little partnership. 60 added for the fourth wicket.
Characters.
Between Brian and Dawn.
character is going to be tested right now. And how well they handle the pressure here. This final 60 balls is also going to be very crucial and critical.
These two have added 88 unbroken for the sixth wicket.
But we've seen in the series, Terry, that most of the teams between Sri Lanka and West Indies under 19, anytime you get a partnership going and it's broken, there's a rarity that you can have a floodgate of wickets. Maybe that just might not happen today. But despite the umpiring major error, the game has been of a high quality. Sportsmanship has been played excellently between these two guys. Shannon Crawford there, umpire from Ghana, failing to give the decision out.
Yes, but as I say, that's all in the past. They had the opportunity to remove Van Lang before that. And they can't keep dwelling on that. We all make mistakes. So 75 needed off the last 10 overs, 5 wickets in hand. Have another thriller on our hands here as Nimsara takes up the attack from the Sir Andy Roberts end over the wicket to the right-handed Van Lang, and that raise on him. He gets it in the gap though. Picks up a single. Moves to 46, 214 for 5. Comes Ninsara again. Dawn can't beat backward point. .74 more required. 58 deliveries. 5 wickets for the Sri Lankans. Imsara runs towards us from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Dawn is turning that to short, fine leg for another single. Moves on to 57, 215 for 5. We're in over number 41. Another good contest in this 7-match series taking place here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. West Indies hold a 3-2 advantage in the series, looking to close the series out today as that one is cut through the covers to the cover point fielder for another single. Van Lang moves to 47. Brings Joshua Dawn back on strike. He's on 57. Very matured knock off 63 deliveries. He's strung partnerships together. He's seen wickets fall. The main thing is he's still there, looking cool, calm and collected as ever, although almost tickles a wide one through to the keeper.
Sri Lanka missing their number one keeper in Helmai. In what we've seen here so far, our good friend has been struggling to an extent, Terry.
He's had his challenges. Nimsara in again. Dawn, Takanis into the mid-wicket region. They go through for one. He thinks of two. Fielder comes off the boundary, restricts it to one. Completes the over. So after 41 overs, West Indies under-19s in pursuit of 288 to win, 217 for 5. Dawn is on 58. Van Langer's on 47. They need 71 more of the last 9 overs. 54 legitimate deliveries. And what Sri Lanka got up their sleeve? Akash has still got 3. Hina Tagala's got 2. Chamadita's got 5. So plenty of bowling options. Nimsara, who just bowled that over, has got 4 remaining. Opening bowler, Senabaritne, has got 3. He's got the figures so far today. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 27. We're going to have a change at this Sir Curtly Ambrose end. It looks like Senabaratne will take up the attack, replacing Chamadita. So right arm Seema brought back into the attack for his 8th over. Bowling to the West Indies captain Joshua Dawn. Field spread, he's got fine leg and third man inside the circle, deep backward square, deep mid wicket, long on the boundary, long off on the boundary, cover point sweeping, and a backward point. Bowls the dot ball to begin over number 42. 71 of 53, 5 wickets remaining. Change in the field, he's bringing his deep backward square inside the circle and dropping his short third man back to the fence. And that's where it goes, off the edge, along the ground. To third man, Dawn picks up another single, moves to 59, 218 for 5. Powerful figure of Jonathan Van Lang back on strike. He's on 47, faces Senabaratne. Turns this into the onside. They take one, and that's all they'll get. Moves on to 48, 219 for 5. Senabaratne into Dawn, and that's beautifully played. He picked that up just back of a length, pulled it through the mid-wicket area, over the rope for 6.
Very poorly lined delivery there. No need for him to be even trying to do that. He has to come and bowl the ball on one side. You saw what happened when the West Indians were bowling. Whenever the ball shot on this wicket, it just sat up, so it's easy for the batsman to put away. Got to bowl the ball in a fuller length and get the batsman to drive the ball down the ground.
Dawn moves on to 65, 225 for 5, 63 required in 50. It's a very mature knock here by the West Indies under-19's captain. Plays that and beats backward point into the boundary, 4 more.
Yeah.
So 10 off the last 2 deliveries. Dawn starts to turn it on.
Sri Lanka, they're falling up. They've just lost their energy now. They're gone feeling. They've missed a catch. And then they've just beginning to just fall away. They just need to regroup themselves.
He's going at a runner ball now, Dawn. 69 of 69, 229 for 5, 59 needed in 49 deliveries. Senevaratne in again to Dawn. Dawn again, this time picked up by the backward points. They take a single. Moves on to 70, 230 for 5 at the end of over number 42. It's been a real captain's knock. He's seen wickets fall, but he's been there cool, calm and collected as ever. Van Lang is 2 away from his second half century of the series. 230 for 5 after 42. West Indies require a further 58 runs in 48 deliveries. Sara starts a new over with a dot. A red on Dawn. Played it well though, dropped the hands quickly. 58 off 47. Dawn is on 70. Nimsara runs towards us now from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Into Dawn. Dawn is slashing that through and into the boundary. He got it wide of the backward point and beat the sweeper coming round. Another fine shot. Slashed it all the way along the carpets. He's bringing his team home. 74 of 72 now. 234 for 5. West Indies require 54 more. 46 deliveries remain. Nimsara, top of his mark, runs towards us now. Bang on target, forced up to mid-off. There's no run. All that's gone on around him, he hasn't wavered a bit, as Joshua Dawn. A lot of maturity for his age and leading from the front. Nimsara in again to Dawn. That is turned and beats the short fine leg. He got a hand to it though. They take 2. Sri Lanka feeling it in the field, as Vanane Springer said. The catch went down when Van Lang was on 16. Especially off their number 1 bowler in Akash. Deflated them. 236 for 5, 52 required. Pulled well, back with a square. Fielder out on the boundary, restricts the score into 1. Dawn goes to 77, 237 for 5. The partnership is worth 112 for the 6th wicket. .51 required, 43 deliveries remain. Van Lang back on strike, he's on 48. It's 2 away from his second half century of the series. Plenty of open spaces out there. Got a deep backward square, deep mid wicket. Long off, long on the fence. Nimsara in, hit in the air, but safely up to mid on, long on I should say, for a single. He moves to 49. The over comes to an end. 238 for 5. West Indies under 19s after 43. Dawn is on 77, Van Lang 49. 50 required of 42. So, Akash has changed ends. Back in the attack now. From this, the Sir Curtly Ambrose end.
He's been trying everything, Terry.
Yes, they need to now. Be bowling to Van Lang, who's on 49. And beats him through to the keeper. No run.
The thing about it, Terry, is that he's been able to turn the ball regardless of which end he is bowled on, which ground he is bowled on. So he looks like a match winner. 16 wickets already in this series.
Yes, that's correct.
It's proven to be a handful.
They get a single, and that will complete Van Lang's 50. 50 off 42 deliveries. That's his second half century of the series. 50 off 42 deliveries, 239 now for 5. West Indies under 19s require 49 off 40 deliveries. Akash into Dawn, and Dawn looking to cut that one. Fizzes through to the keeper. Another dot ball. Pulled into the onside by Dawn. He'll pick up 1. Move on to 78, 240 for 5. Still go down to the wire this one. straight up in the air. Van Lang is gone this time. Well, well, well. As I say, could get down to the wire. Akash strikes again. Van Lang trudges off. He got his 50 and then got out. As we look at this on replay, dug it in short. He went for the big pull through the mid-wicket region. One hand come off the bat, straight up in the air. And Akash does the fielding. So he gone, caught and bowled. 240 for 6, 48 still required. 37 deliveries, 4 balls remain. It's all happening here, Vernon.
It's always happening.
Still 48. Captain remains. He's on 78 of 77.
Is this Bell that has come out?
Yes, Shakwan Bal
Yeah.
joined him in the middle.
He's shown that he can win games. So this is a different proposition here now for him. He's just going to have to use his smarts and give as much support as possible to the captain.
Kashin the ball beats him outside off to complete the over. Successful over there for Sri Lanka, and Akash, he picks up his second 2 for 30 now. He's got off 8 overs after 44 overs. West Indies still require 48 of the last 6 overs. They're 240 for 6. Partnership for the 6th wicket between Captain Dawn and Van Lang was worth 115. Stifled appeal there.
I think he got on the edge onto that.
Looks like Hina Tagala taking up the attack from Sir Andy Roberts' end. Dawn trying to force it through the cover region, can't beat the field. Score remains on 240 for 6, 48 required, 34 more deliveries, and that's swept in the air. One bounce to the deep backwards square. Dawn picks up one. Moves to 79, 241 for 6, 47 required, 33 deliveries remain.
And when he gets a little bit more experience, Terry, he'd be able to just roll the wrist on that one and just hit it behind the gap right there. He tried to go hard at that sweep shot just a while ago, but it's a good boy, and it'd be nice to really get him around somebody who understands about batting.
Cut well by Dawn, beats The short third man into the boundary for 4. Dawn moves into the 80s.
Simply because the fielders at backward point and short third man, they have to start walking in, Terry, from outside the circle. You got to work their angles out. You can't start from inside the 30-yard circle. You got to start from outside. Those are hot areas. You got to be on the alert. You got to be looking to crouch. You can't be caught in a standing up position. Got to get low. Start from outside and you look to advance so you get in. Center of gravity. Guy at backward point is just too tall. Standing up straight.
Another easy single for Dawn up to long off. They edge closer. Over complete. 247 for 6 after 45. Dawn has moved on to 84. Bell is on 1. West Indies under 19s. They require 41 in 30 deliveries. So Akash starts a new over from this is Sir Curtly Ambrose end, and this is pushed through the cover region by Dawn for another single. It goes on to 85, 248 for 6. Brings Shaquan Bell on strike, 40 needed of 29 deliveries. Bell plays it well just to the left of the short extra cover. Slight hesitation, but they go through comfortably for a single. Brings Dawn back on strike. 249 for 6 and over number 46. Dawn again just knocks it into the cover region. A sneaker single. This has been an excellent knock by Dawn. He has not panicked one bit. 250 comes up now for West Indies under 19s. They require 38 more of the final 27 deliveries. Bell faces Akash and just knocks it quietly up to long on for another single. So a run of each of the 4 deliveries so far in Akash's 9th over. Dawn back on strike. Oh, went for the big drive. Comes off the keeper and they go through for a run. So he got something on that. Keeper couldn't hold on as the shadows lengthen here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. One more to Dawn. He's on to 87, 252 for 6. And Bell looking to cut the final delivery of the 46. Doesn't make contact. So 252 for 6 after 46 overs. Dawn is on 87. Bell is on 3. We've got 4 overs remaining. West Indies under 19s need 36 for victory.
Uh, 252 for 6. Ina Tagala will continue. He's got 1 for 48 into his final over. Dawn 87. Bell 3. Very quiet 3 so far in the Tagala from the Sir Andy Roberts end. In fact, the Dr. Sir Andy Roberts end here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. He's going for a heave. He gives it away. No, it's gone all the way for 6. That is a costly miss there by the fielder at the mid-wicket area. Is he blaming the sun? Let's look at the replay there. He was in no man's land. Had he been back on the fence, he would have taken that quite easily. He would have been able to just step in and take the catch. Meantime, Dawn goes to 93. Dead ball signal by the umpire. Required weight comes down to 7.83. They need 30 from 23. Dawn stands in the way of victory. Flatter, faster, just turned into the onside. And they get an easy single. Bell comes into the conversation. Ina Tagala taking a big risk bowling without that short mid-wicket fielder. Maybe he could have just pulled this short third man into that area if he's going to bowl that line. He's back and cracking that sweeper on the offside, comes around. They only get 1 run. Bell has done his job. Now brings the West Indies captain back into strike. Who's on 94 from 87. 260 for 6. Went over number 47. Anything possible here? Game on. Dawn is on 94. It's getting around the onside. The umpire signals are wide. I think the wicketkeeper is saying that the ball came off of the batsman. He's now changes it.
Changed.
I signal.
No.
No, he still says bye. Thought he got something onto that one, Terry. I don't know. I'm not so.
Yeah, because it come right round and ended up on the offside behind the keeper. And that's a big shot by Bell.
That's
high, wide, handsome, over mid-wicket. 6 runs.
Yeah, it's right in his arc. He likes it there. Anything in that area. He's got good extension.
Long levers.
And he stayed leg side of the ball. And Hina Tagala knows he can't afford to flight to Bell. He's got to bowl the ball into the surface. In a game situation of this nature, you can't be looking to flight up. Bell has shown you that he's a power player. Got to bowl the ball into the surface. He hits it straight down the ground for more.
Excellent batting. 17 now required at less than a run a ball. 17 off the last 3 overs.
Game on.
Moves to 14.
It's a good cricket shot by
2
Bell.
big blows.
And has Sri Lanka missed a trick? This will be Akash's last over, right?
Yep.
All right, let's hope and see what's happening. 271 for 6. 47 overs bowled. Dawn is 95. They need 17 from 18 balls. In the Tagala, his 10 cost 67. Almost sounded like England and South Africa. The only thing is that Kaiser Rabada, his 60 came off 4.
Everybody's entitled to a bad day.
Of course. Dawn, 95. He's back and cracked.
He's
out!
Straight.
Dawn has given it away!
Well.
Lapse in concentration, and Joshua Dawn goes for 95. He's angry with himself. Short ball from Akash. He got back, and what an excellent catch by the fielder backward point. Is that the last straw here? 271 for 7.
Well. He had not put a foot wrong all innings. And Joshua Dawn, he looked to cut that ball. Only succeeding in cutting it into the hands of the backward point fielder. Akash picks up his 3rd. 271 for 7. The game is on a knife's edge once again. West Indies require 17 off 17. Sri Lanka, 3 wickets. Looks like Afraz Budu comes to the crease to join Shakwan Baul with 17 still required. The left-handed Afraz Ali Budu facing the danger man, Akash. He's got 5 deliveries remaining. That's pulled firmly into the mid-wicket region. Deep mid-wicket runs around, restricts the score into 1. 16 required. 16 deliveries.
Dawn will be a very angry man, Terry, but we'll get back to that. Akash looking to upstage a whole uppercut here. 272 for 7. Went over number 48. The Tormentor, he's got 3 for 36.
Oh, goes through the ball. Keeper misses, shies, misses the stumps as well.
The keeper has to stop the ball. Why is that? That's a basic ball to catch, Terry.
They take a bye.
Let's see that again, Mohammed. Replay. Just rising too early. He's already up.
Went straight between his gloves and his legs.
Gotta stay down long as possible.
15 off 15. Nudged into the
Somebody
mid-wicket. Gonna be tight. Oh, look at this one.
He got in. The dive. He got in.
Oh,
he got in. That's a suicide single there.
Absolutely. 14 off 14. They're doing it the hard way. He played that straight to mid-wicket, basically.
Suicide single, Terry.
And luckily,
it was away from him.
Yeah, just far enough that that Ball could get the dive in.
Good decision by the umpire. Don't think that was anywhere close to what we would have seen earlier. 5:07 here in Antigua and Barbuda. 4:07.
14 off 14. Ball back on strike. He's on 14 off just the 9 deliveries. Akash, the nemesis. He's got 2 deliveries remaining in his 10 over spell. Into Ball. Ball goes for it. Oh, how did that miss? And it's going to run away to the fine leg boundary for 4 byes.
Keeper has to stop the ball, Terry.
Oh, did he get something on it? Even worse for the keeper. They called it runs. That went straight through.
Inside edge. Based on what the umpire says.
Oh,
Akash can't believe it.
That's tilted the equation. 10 off 13.
Can't believe it. Can something still happen?
Ball moves to 18. 1 ball left for Akash. Beats him. Completes another fine spell. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 41.
And the important wicket of Joshua Dawn, who scored 95 of 89 balls, 138 minutes, 5 fours and 3 sixes. So we've seen 2 players, Terry. First, it was Brian who batted for 117 minutes, and then the captain, 138 minutes. Just got to do a little summary when we come back on Monday, Terry, in terms of the length of time some of these players are batting and the dot balls percentage. Very high percentage of dot balls. 278 for 8, 10 from 12. Who's your money on, Terry?
You'd have to back the batting side at this stage, still with 3 wickets left. Less than a run a ball, 10 off 12.
Game on.
Boodoo on strike. Novodia coming around the wicket to the left-hander. Plays it to short. Backward square. Backward point, I should say. And they take the singles. The right man's back on strike in Shaquan Bal. He's on 18 off 11. West Indies require 9 more.
Boodoo has done his job. He's got a single.
Absolutely.
But the game is not over yet. Still have a lot of spice still in this game. 279 for 7.
9 to win, 11 balls remaining. 3 wickets still in hand.
It's all in the game. Mindset going to be very important. Sri Lanka have to be sharp in the field. They got to be on the money.
Plays it into the mid-wicket region. They take one.
Somebody,
they back for 2.
That is poor feeling by that Sri Lankan fielder. Got to get the ball first before you run the man out.
Misfield at deep mid-wicket by the captain himself, Dinsara.
Have to get the ball. The first objective, both hands, you get the ball and you get it back in.
7 required. 10 balls remain. Bal still on strike. He's on 20. Cuts. They take the single, even though it went straight to the backward point. He fumbles. 1 more. 6 needed.
I think a little suicide there, Terry. But in the end, they got home in the end. No need to try and take the risk. Just have to be timely about what they're doing. The last thing they want right now is a run out.
6 off 9 is Ali Boodoo back on strike. Round the wicket to the left-hander, down the leg side, called wide.
Yeah.
5 required, still 9 deliveries.
I think he's almost done and dusted now. Sri Lanka look like they're just going through the motion. West Indies will have to make a mistake here. They're ahead, and they have to use their smarts.
He's gone for the big one. It's gone straight up in the air. Has it cleared? No, it hasn't. And taken. Taken on the long-on boundary.
There's some...
He threw it up and then took it.
The West Indies dressing room, they are appealing. Let's see what's going to be happening. They're saying no. The management team is trying to get them to focus. Sri Lanka is celebrating. And I just thought that Boodoo, that was unnecessary. No need for him to play that shot. Just hit the ball down the ground and get a single. Umpires are consulting. I really don't know how they're going to judge this one, Terry. Look, Terry. Look, it's on the screen right now.
He's taken the catch. He's thrown it back.
The umpire is going to
reckon he's touching the rope?
Well, that's what Kazim is saying.
But in all fairness, though, Vernon, there is no way that either the central umpire or square leg. He's asking square leg who's even further away.
Yeah, but he can't ask his square leg.
Yes, I know that, but I'm just saying the distance. There's
who is he going to ask? Because he look like he's talking to the match referee or the standby umpire.
Well,
so if you have the technology, Terry, then what needs to happen is that they have to just revisit the stream. Let's look back at the replay, Terry.
Drama.
Right, here it goes. In the air. Look at the feeler. Follow the path of the ball, Terry. Look at the feeler. Right? He takes the catch. How close he is to the rope. Let's look at the feet. Let's look at the feet. Let's look at the feet. Let's look at the right foot. The left foot touching the rope, Terry. It's 6 runs. Look at it again.
Well, unless they go by the stream, they can't possibly tell.
He can't give him out. They're having a discussion. What are they going to do? They have to go to the stream. He's
6.
It's 6 runs.
And that's the match and the series to West Indies under-19s. And what a controversial way. Again, Sri Lankans aren't happy, but they have to take the decision. All fairness to the umpire, if they looked at the stream and asked the match referee, is really the only way they can tell, because it's gone right down to the long on boundary, and both umpires were not in a position. The late sun setting in the west, coming across the ground. There's no possible way they could have determined whether that ball was caught or not, with the fielder touching the rope or not.
Emotions very high right now, Terry. The Sri Lankans are very much upset, and the management team, very impressive what the management team
coming
came
right
off
out to the
and
middle.
straight away took the boys off. Also the West Indies management team coming out, because I think some war words took place there. This series has been played with high intensity, and for it to end this way, it's really unfortunate based on what we're seeing with the cricket.
It's very unfortunate, and
I think the match referee will have to certainly get involved.
Yes, because
somehow where
the
manager is now coming out now,
and the head coach has had a few words to say to both the umpires and the West Indian players. The Sri Lankan team walked off the ground without shaking all the West Indian players' hands.
It got ugly.
The coach is still having a say towards the umpires, but in all fairness to the umpires, they could not possibly give a decision unless they looked at the stream.
Well, that's what you have the technology for.
Well,
Terry.
That's right. And once they looked at the stream, you could just see that the heel of the fielder's foot was touching the rope at the time. Now the Sri Lankan players are coming back onto the ground to shake all of the West Indian players' hands, so that's excellent to see. The umpires have gone off.
The highlights, Mohammed has been able to put together the highlights for us.
Well, it was a great comeback by West Indies under-19s, because they were under the pump, no doubt. 287 for 6. Sri Lanka piled up after being asked to bat first, and West Indies in reply fell to 56 for 3.
But I want to say something to you, Terry, because we're going to have to be careful. The umpires went to the stream just a while ago to make that decision, right?
We presume they did.
What about the run out?
Well, that is the thing, and that's what I was saying about when the run out happened. You put yourself in a position like that. Yes, he was behind the umpire, but you could clearly see. Now, something like that you don't go for. And then something that has not only finished the match, it's finished the series in West Indies' favor, that you should go for, because there's no possible chance they could see from that distance either umpire and give a fair call of whether it was 6 or it was a fair catch. We're only presuming that they asked the match referee and went to the stream. The match referee would have seen that what we saw, that the heel looked like it was slightly touching the rope with the ball still in the fielder's hand. If that's the case, Sri Lanka do have a call on that to say, well, if you're going to use the streaming and the technology available, then you need to do it in every circumstance where there is a close call. You can't just do it in one instance and not do it in another.
Well, let's look back at even the shot selection by Bodo. Why would Bodo try to be expansive to finish the game?
Finish it in glory, yes.
At that point in time. That's what we're talking about.
Right.
Game awareness and the mindset of the game.
True.
That shot was really not necessary.
Most definitely. When he'd done everything right, every ball he'd faced, he looked to get the single and put the better bat, if you like, back on strike in Shukwan Bal. But he went for glory. It looked like it was going to clear. It then looked like, to the naked eye, although we're on the opposite side of the ground, we just remind the viewers and listeners, but it looked like the catch had been taken. It was the because it was right in front of the West Indian dugout. It was the West Indians who started saying, no, it's not out. Sri Lanka had already started celebrating. They thought they picked up their 8th wicket and the game was still on. But
I need to just question, because if Budu is playing in this team as a batsman, where did he bat today?
Number 8.
He batted number 8.
Yes.
So is he
number
needed?
8.
We might as well be playing a Matthew Miller, who's going to give you
if
something
he's
more
not
in the
bowling,
field.
and it doesn't seem like he is a bowler.
And so
because 2 matches now and he hasn't got the ball.
So we got to make our minds up.
He batted at 7 in the only other match he played. So
his highest score is 43, and he's in the West Indies team. And he only made 140 something runs in a Cricket West Indies under 19 tournament. I mean, I really think I'm around the cricket long enough, Terry, and so to be able to tell me that, you know, he makes this final cut for the West Indies team and to get an opportunity, he's got to be a special player. But he won the game for the West Indies today. West Indies winning the game by 3 wickets and the series. The Sri Lankans are still in shock. They can't believe it. And hey, why not? That's how life goes. You will see many, many, many more situations like this. In the meantime, the groundsmen have come out and they're going to put in their work to be able to get this track ready. The next time you hear the voices of Terry Laraja and Vernon A. Springer, by the help of the mighty God, it should be Monday. But today, if you're listening to us, we thank you.
Should be Monday, will be Monday. But unfortunately, well, fortunately for West Indies, the series is done. But pride for Sri Lanka, because it's been a top series. They can still make it 4-3, but West Indies now have taken an unassailable 4-2 lead in the 7-match series with 1 to play. But I would like to give, just before we go, Vernon, I would like to give a lot of praise to the West Indies captain. I think he's got a great head on his shoulders, a lot of maturity for his age. He's elegant, he's pleasant on the eye, he's definitely one for the future. And the way he handled the situation today, never panicked. Wickets fell at the other end. He was a long way behind. The run rate was going up. He was at one stage 20 off some 30-odd deliveries, but never panicked, kept cool. And for me, he has been the difference between the two teams. I know Dinsara, Sri Lankan captain, made some runs today and got them to that excellent total, the highest score. But it was his cool, calm, collective self that got West Indies over the line in chasing down the highest score of the series.
But I think West Indies is going to also have to look at this batting